Good afternoon and welcome to this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee on Thursday, the 4th of February 2021. We are hosting this meeting remotely as we've become accustomed to in recent times. But for those who may be watching for the first time and not yet accustomed to this, let me just briefly explain how this works. I welcome all of the members of the committee, councillors who appear on screen, and you'll see them denoted with CLLR. Welcome. I'll mention in a moment we do have one apology. They will be visible through the whole of the meeting, but there will also be others on screen. There'll be various officers of the council, and they'll appear when they're contributing to the meeting. Can I just ask those who will be contributing, and when the time comes, please do introduce yourself and your job title on first appearing. That would be much appreciated. Those who are members of the committee, when they wish to ask a question or contribute, can make that known to me by raising a virtual hand. I'll be able to see that, but it isn't visible on the webcast. And if during the course of that debate there's a supplementary question, something that's pertinent to the issue at hand, then to contribute they'll simply raise a physical hand, and I'll bring them in at that point. We do have one apology for this evening, and that is Councillor de Gorn, and I'm delighted that he's been substituted by Councillor Baker. So thank you, Councillor Baker, for joining us this evening. We will be taking a named vote when the time comes, rather than doing the vote some other way. So I will at that point in time be handing over to a member of the Democratic Services team to help us through that. So without any further introduction, let me just ask whether there are any declarations of interest. Do any members have anything they need to declare relevant to the items considered on this agenda in terms of their pecuniary or prejudicial or personal or other disclosable interests? I see nobody indicating. Yes, I do. Councillor Doughty.
Thank you, Chair. Personal non-prejudicial interest in items 4A, the York Station frontage, and 4B, the station building at the railway station. As a railway employee, I've had no part. I don't work at the station, and I've had no part in the application process.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I see Councillor Kilbane as well. You have an interest to declare?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a non-prejudicial interest. The owners of Cycle Heaven, one of them is the landlord of a business property, and I'm part of a group that rents that property off him for another business, but it will not influence my decision making on the plans in front of us in 4A tonight.
Okay, thank you for that. It's noted. Minutes of our previous
Can I
meetings.
raise a point of order, please, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Once again, I would like to raise the point of order that we have a member of the exec on the planning committee, and item 4A is a proposal that has come from the executive and from the city council, and I wish to make it clear to the public who may be watching that is the case.
Councillor Eyre, I'm not sure whether you would want to respond to that. I don't see any need to respond to that. I think a similar point was made as an earlier meeting. We did seek some legal response to that, but do you want to just respond to that briefly, Councillor Eyre?
It's all been covered, Councillor Culwick. Thank you, Chair. I think it's becoming a little bit boring making it every meeting. Okay.
In that case, we move on to the minutes of the previous meetings on the 3rd of December and the 7th of January of this year. Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. We're also looking at the minutes of the meeting of November.
Indeed we are.
Yes.
Indeed we are.
And that's the point that I would just like to raise. On page 12, Chair, the reasons for the application to be deferred, point A, halfway down the page or towards the bottom of the page, the parking need within this part of the city centre to inform the number of spaces proposed didn't actually accord with my recollection of what happened in the meeting. So I took the opportunity to look at the transcript to the webcast, and can I just read to you a verbatim quote from the planning officer that was covering that, and it stated a full parking review to take place to take into account the city centre as a whole. Could I ask that the minutes be amended to reflect that, and could I suggest that that actual quote be contained within those minutes, because I think it was a relatively succinct account and more accurate than the one that's actually in the minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone else has any further comments on those minutes, or if anyone has any objection for any reason to the amendment which has been suggested. I don't see that, so thank you very much. We'll amend accordingly, Councillor Pavlovic. Otherwise, when opportunity allows, I will be signing those minutes as a sufficient and accurate record of those 3 meetings. Thank you for that. No one has registered under the general remit of this committee as a public speaker, so we come to the plans list, and the first item on that plans list is for York Station frontage, and I invite the officer please to introduce that for us. Gareth Arnold.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Gareth Arnold. I'm the Development Manager at City of York Council. We have 2 applications, both inextricably linked together for the works to the York Station frontage and works to the railway station building. There are planning application, a full planning application, and a listed building consent application. The way our presentation, whilst you have 2 reports in front of you, the way our presentation works is that we go through both proposals, both planning and listed building consent, and as we often do in cases such as this, I suggest that we consider both of them together and take questions on both aspects of the scheme. But as members will recall from other similar scenarios, you have to make 2 individual decisions in respect of the planning permission and the listed building consent. It's a lengthy presentation, but it's a complicated scheme, and I will share my screen and go through the proposals with members. Can members see that?
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you. So the proposals are as outlined in the reports. The full application includes the demolition of the Queen Street Bridge and the construction of the new highway, reinstatement of the earth ramparts to the retaining walls of the city walls. There's also the construction of a multi-storey car park, part demolition of the station building, the area known as Parcel Square, construction of a new facade there, and then various public realms and highways improvements. Some of those are also covered in the listed building consent, where they relate to the listed railway station building, and that also includes various internal alterations, new buildings within the station itself. So there is the site location plan outlined in red. Members will also note that to the to the west of the station, there's the area currently occupied by the vacant Unipark building, and the proposals also include the demolition of that building and its temporary use as a car park. This slide shows the various listed buildings on the site. So grade 2 star railway station, grade 2 station hotel, grade 2 listed buildings as part of the Queen Street Terrace, the water tower, and grade 1 listed city walls, which with the ramparts are also a scheduled ancient monument. This shows the general arrangement of the scheme. So going across south to north, a new multi-storey car park, an area of parking for the Railway Institute, a loop road around the Railway Institute gymnasium building, relocated short stay car parking, a new taxi rank drop-off area, demolition of the bridge and the new carriageway at grade level, reprovision of the bus stops in this area here. The list of building consent includes the closure of the portico to vehicles, removal of most of the access to the north train shed and tea room square, although it does need to be retained for operational traffic and deliveries to certain of the businesses in that area. There's an extension to the area of the cholera burial ground, or extending from the cholera burial ground, the straightening of the footpath access here to lead pedestrians to the new wider pedestrian crossing at the front of the building, at the front of the station building. It's landscaping, shows a general arrangement of that you can see a line of trees which is proposed between the back edge of the footway which forms the bus stops and the taxi rank and the drop-off area. The highway arrangements are detailed. There's more detail there showing the proposed temporary car park for displacement for when this is the multi-storey is being built, and then this operational parking beyond the northern train shed, which is in existence at the moment. Part of the scheme, obviously, major consideration of the scheme is to rationalise and make the access to the station more less chaotic and a little bit more legible. Part of that is the provision of separate cycle lanes, and they're shown in this lighter coloured yellow, going across the station frontage on both sides of the excuse me, both sides of the carriageway. Cross sections, just the detail here which show what happens to the ramparts. At the moment, the ramparts are hidden behind the bridge abutments. This shows the line of the profile of the Queen Street Bridge. This is pretty much opposite the Railway Institute building. So the bridge does get slightly higher as you go relative to ground level as you go around. And this just demonstrates the idea that the ramparts would be extended to match in with the existing slope, with a proposed wall detail to match existing. These are a terrace of properties in Queen Street. This shows the level of the road at the moment, and a railing that exists. Railway Institute here, the Railway Institute's access bridge, and these are shown in red because they're subject to demolition. These buildings are Grade 2 listed. This shows the proposal. So at the moment, the carriageway, or rather the highway, abuts the front of those buildings. And this proposal is to, with the demolition of the bridge, it seeks to provide railings and a small forecourt to those houses. The access arch gives access to a small car parking area at the back that serves a smaller number of these houses. There's a Juliet balcony proposed on the front of the Railway Institute, where the bridge, the current bridge access will be removed, and they will take their new access from ground level. This detail shows that archway access that I showed on the previous slide. So that has to be retained. And you will have seen in the papers that there's a great deal of discussion about how that should be addressed. And this is the option that's been chosen. There is enough, albeit tight, space for turning within this area to the rear. And this is and it would provide an access to the new carriageway over a dropped curb, across the cycleway, and across the footway. It's the deck level, ground floor deck level of the proposed multi-storey car park. It retains this ramp was put in using Cycle City finance maybe a decade or so ago, and you would have seen on that earlier cycle detail that I showed on the slide. It retains. This is retained, and there's a separate, although it uses this line side access route to create a route through to the station. Elevations of the car park. It's a 4-storey car park. Some artist impressions. Aerial view, and then a view from Tofts Tower. Just see it there. It's the York Railway Institute Gymnasium. There's some buildings on the back, later additions that are to be demolished, and that allows for replacement parking that for the Railway Institute that would be otherwise lost to the proposed loop road. These relate to the listed building consent applications and also the planning application in this area here. This is the existing layout of the station. So the main portico, tea room square, car parking in the short stay parking in the northern train shed. Demolition. This is Parcel Square, and the areas both inside the building and outside on the external facade to be demolished, alongside the small substation building, which would also be removed and relocated. Parcel Square, say, is demolished. The proposal is for this area here, as I showed on the earlier slides, to be the taxi pickup drop-off. And so this is a new exit to the taxi rank, a canopy, the storage area for the retail units within the main station building, first class lounge. Then these modular buildings, which are to be provided at platform level, the storage and the train operating company accommodation, and then at former rail level, although the rails were removed a number of years ago, train operating company accommodation, staff cycle, relocated staff cycling, and that relocated substation. Cycle storage for passengers, customers, retained in that area. In the north train shed, cycle storage along this side of the shed where they're not there at the moment. That's vehicle parking. So more cycles, secure cycle storage, more cycle parking, a storage building, a retail unit which is shown as replacement accommodation for Cycle Heaven, who currently occupy part of the Parcel Square building here. And then a kiosk for enterprise car rental, which again occupy a building in Parcel Square. That's a slightly expanded view of what I've just shown. This is a detail of the proposed infill that would form the taxi, where the taxi rank will be. So there's the canopy and the exit doors there. Some visuals. An aerial view of the proposals. That's Parcel Square that we were looking at before, stripped back from what you see at the moment. Pedestrianisation of part pedestrianisation of Tea Room Square. This is the inside, the existing elevation of the internal of the south shed, and its proposals with these modular buildings up against the listed train shed wall. And the north train shed, again, these modular buildings in that area. At the moment, we don't have any details of what will take place in the portico. This is apart from the repaving, which is shown on this view here. The taxi kiosk, which is separately listed at grade 2, I believe, is to be retained. Limited number of photographs. This shows the start of the bridge. This is Blossom Street junction with Queen Street. This is the terrace of Queen Street residential properties, Railway Institute Gymnasium, and then the view of the train shed roof. Closer view of those properties, and there's the bridge access to the Railway Institute, which will be demolished along with the Queen Street Bridge. So the area which is currently the long stay car park, where the multi-storey car park is proposed. Detail from the city walls. This area here, the car parking will be relocated elsewhere, so that will be public realm. Works will take place there when the bridge is demolished. A photograph of the front of the station. You can see the Parcel Square buildings which are to be demolished there, and there's a closer detail of them. Where's that? That's the southern train shed. That shows the staff cycle parking and the area where the modular buildings would go at platform level. Beyond that, it drops down to rail level and more buildings along that elevation. So northern train shed, the location of the modular buildings, replacement buildings there, and cycle parking to go along this side. That's the end of that presentation. If the members have any questions or any of the slides they want to go back to. Chair, you're on mute.
I see the Councillor Corbane has a question. Please go ahead, Councillor Corbane.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Gareth, thanks for the presentation. Very informative, but quite a tough job doing such a long presentation. I'm just looking through the papers and I can't see any comments about where the cycle path goes past the entrance to the multi-storey car park. Is there not a potential for a clash between the cars and the bikes at that point?
I'll go back through the slides. I'm sure there's a quicker way of doing it than this, but if there is, I don't know it. We do have Helen Vergero from the Highways team, and also Lindsay Jenkins, the planning case officer. Here we go. Who may be able to come in there. So is it here? Is this a section you're concerned with?
Yeah.
So that up there, off in the white land, that joins up with that ramp, and then it crosses the car park exit, and then the car park entrance as it goes around. I mean, at the moment you have to cycle through the surface car park. I guess I mean, there is a condition which requires a highways audit, highway safety audit to take place, but it would be a similar situation, I suppose, to where a cycle lane crosses any access. There's a need for it to be designed to be safe and to make that decision of where the right of way, who gets the right of way there. I'm not sure we've gone into that level of detail, and if I could, I don't know if Helen or Lindsay can add to that.
I can add to it if you want to share.
Helen, do you want to come in there? Would it be possible?
Yes, I can do that. Yeah.
Please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, not that loudly.
Right. My name is Ellen Verger. I'm the Traffic and Highway Manager for City of York Council. I think this detail is still conditioned to be agreed, and I would anticipate actually that the priority would probably be given to cyclists in that location. So it's part of the condition for details to be agreed.
Thank you. It's helpful to know that. I just found myself wondering why the cycle route wasn't routed in such a way that it was, as it were, across the back of the car park rather than the entrance to the car park. Maybe I'm missing something.
Chair, if I can answer that, the idea is to give access to the south side of the RI as well for people wanting to come out this way, so that cyclists could go on the loop depending where they've parked or where they've come from in the station. So going to the front of the car park was seen as a more direct route for most cyclists depending where they want to go afterwards.
Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Chair. Could you just flick one way or the other forward, I think, to the landscaping diagram again? Because I just wondered whether that was the best sort of representation of the landscaping that we can have. And I mean, it's very difficult to sort of really establish how much green infrastructure there is going to be. I don't think there was any proposal of any green walls anywhere or any lawns. Could you just summarise the sort of extent of green infrastructure from your perspective?
It is limited to the extension to the cholera burial ground and the trees to create I guess a green line between the highway and the parking taxi rank and drop-off parking. Some grassed areas here behind the bus shelters, and then where the ramparts are extended, there would be some additional green space. Obviously, these areas are existing. The ramparts and the land behind the existing bus stops that's here at the moment. There's a balance, isn't there? There's a balance at the moment. There's nothing. Those areas don't exist, and there's very little greenery in the areas subject to this application. But there's what we're trying to do is improve the public realm, and there's a balance between how much green space can be provided and the need to, or the aim to rationalize the roadway, re-provide the car parking, re-provide the taxi access, provide those segregated cycle lanes in that space that's freed up by the demolition of the bridge.
Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. This might be another question for Helen. I noticed that there's an additional proposed condition that relates to, have a look at it, surface materials, and mentions that where paving is proposed, a sample of the material should be provided for approval. I just wanted to check whether that the definition of paving would also include the surface of the proposed segregated cycle path, because I had seen a comment from I think it was from the cycle campaign around the proposed use of stone sets for that particular path. So just wanted to check whether that would be covered by the reference in the proposed additional condition to paving, so whether it would include that proposed segregated cycle path as well as other paved surfaces. Thank you.
That was definitely the intention in requesting the condition, Councillor Finn.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you, that's helpful. Councillor Doughty.
Sorry, could I just come in at that point? I think we would have to look, if we're looking to use a condition to amend something which is shown on drawings, which would otherwise form if approved, would form the package of approved drawings, we'd need to reword that condition slightly, because as worded, unless I've not got, unless I'm reading it, as worded, I would say that seeks details of what was approved rather than reserves the position on certain aspects of the materials. I'll make a note of that for the right at the end if we come to a decision to approve.
Thank you. That would be helpful. And thanks for that clarification. Councillor Doughty and then Councillor Pavlovic, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's I've got a couple of questions, if I may. The first question is kind of supplementary to what Councillor Baker was asking about landscaping. Bottom of page 56 and top of 57, the landscape architect refers to some concerns about trees in raised beds and the ability for growth, but then welcomes some raised beds for shrubs and herbaceous planting, but comments that confirmations needed that there'll be a financial commitment and operational capacity to maintain these in perpetuity. Do we know whether that's been confirmed? And linked to another comment from the landscape architect who asks about street furniture and has suggested that, that there's no details of this and that there should be agreed under pre-commencement conditions. Do we have a response for that, please, too?
Lindsay, could you answer the street furniture question? I believe there's a condition that covers that, but unfortunately
Yes, thank you, Gareth. Lindsay Jenkins, Development Management Officer. There is a condition covering it. I'm just trying to find it.
Sorry, I'd rather drop that one on you, didn't I, there? Just because I couldn't find it.
But yes, the plans are indicative in terms of street furniture. There's several matters to consider, and one of those are the crime prevention measures. So the two will work together, so they'll be developed further just to make sure, as well as the street trees, allowing them to you know, to grow and to establish. So it's working those together, so they will be looked at under the condition.
Thank you. Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Doughty actually asked my question there, but I shall ask a completely different question in relation to the multi-storey car park and the rationale for its size, scope and need, given that there is going to be additional car parking at York Central as well. Can somebody explain the rationale for yet another multi-storey car park in the city, given the city's aspirations to be car-free or ostensibly car-free, or as much as possible car-free? Thank you.
The proposals are to re-provide what's there at the moment. There's no expansion of the car parking proposals. There are car parks on the opposite side of the station, which are covered on the York Central planning permissions. But in terms of this discrete piece of work, the amount of car parking that is proposed is a replacement of that already exists on this side. The report does talk about that as a requirement of Network Rail and LNER, and the ability to stick to their franchise commitments.
So can I just ask a supplementary, Chair?
Please do.
That, if that's okay. Thank you. So how does that aspiration that the city has in respect of climate change meet the LNER and Network Rail's existing franchise? Those two things don't necessarily seem to be compatible. If we're just replacing like for like, how's that going to impact on traffic and air quality within the city centre? Or is there just no way of squaring that circle, frankly?
The City Council has no highway or planning powers that we could use to compel private or private-public landowners to relinquish a use that they already have. And this planning application doesn't seek to try and do that, because I believe that the partner organisations have set out that it's a requirement for them to maintain their existing levels of car parking at the station. But it's without reorganising the car parking as part of this planning application, then you would end up with a distinctly watered down scheme overall, because you don't create the space to re-provide, for example, the taxi areas, the cycle lanes to reduce the amount of parking, and the routes through the Tea Room Square, and to take the taxis and drop off out of the portico with its attendant air quality issues there. So you have to see, members have to, City Council, the local planning authority has to see this in the round as one complete package. And I think if start withdrawing elements of it, it runs the risk of falling apart in terms of what it's trying to achieve.
Thank you. I can see there are one or two councillors who have supplementary questions here. Both Councillor Baker, I see. Would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Hopefully it's just that I've missed a detail, but could you clarify, Gareth, the fact that on page 89, 5.69, it says that there was an initial scheme that re-provided parking via a two-decked car park. And I know that design was scrapped because of design reasons, but could you just explain at what point the two-decked car park, which I presume would have had less spaces unless it spanned some massive bigger footprint, was replaced with a four-deck car park?
Lindsay, could you field that question?
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, the two-deck car park did cover a wider footprint, as you say. So the arrangement inside and providing access was required. It didn't need to be as higher, but when you looked at the elevations, it was still quite prominent on the site. So yeah, that's the reason. And the design, I think, overall was something to be looked into, which the applicants went away and did on that site.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher, you've also got a supplementary.
Thank you. I'm having to raise my hand because I don't have a raise hand facility. So on my screen, I don't know where it's gone. It's normally there, but it's not now. But my question does concern the multi-storey car park and the level of provision of EV charging systems. I understand that the present provision meets the council's current objectives for EV provision, 5% in one rapid charger. However, given that all diesel and petrol powered cars are to be phased out by 2030, and that from that moment onwards all cars will either have to be fully electric or hybrid, I can see that demand increasing dramatically. Now, one of the critical problems with increasing EV capacity is the wiring loom within the actual multi-storey car park, and whether it has the sufficient current carrying capacity to enable extra chargers to be added. Given that a single rapid charger takes roughly 32 amps, can we condition that the wiring loom for the actual multi-storey car park contains sufficient extra capacity for the addition of significant extra EV charging facilities in the future?
The proposals in front of us have 32 spaces to be provided from the outset, and then the requirement is that a further 32 spaces are built into the system without actually providing the charging equipment, and that the electricity supply covers that. And that's our policy. It doesn't stop the car park developer providing more, either from the outset or in the future. But we couldn't really justify a relatively recently updated and expanded policy being altered on an ad hoc basis on this for this application, I would say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fenton and then Councillor Kilbane, please.
Just a point of information, just picking up on Councillor Doughty's comments around some of the concerns that had been expressed about a lack of detail in relation to some of the street furniture. I mentioned earlier the additional planning conditions that were circulated earlier, which talked about, we prompted my question about path surfaces. I just had another look at it, and it does explicitly mention street furniture, including benches. So just to add that it is in there as a condition that would need approving. So just to make that point.
Thanks, Councillor Kilbane.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Just regarding the displacement parking to the north of the station, while the other parking or the multi-storey car park or whatever happens there is getting built, will people always be able to access that, given the potential stopping up of Lehman Road?
I can't answer that, I'm afraid. It will still be, we'll have to work out those details in terms of keeping access available as and when the York Central scheme comes online. My understanding, though, was that any closure would probably be following the building of the replacement spine road through the site, but that's delving deep into the recesses of my memory, and I stand to be corrected on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pavlovic, back to you.
Chair, could I just butt in at this stage? We do have the written update that was circulated to members that we would normally go through prior to questions, and I jumped straight into the questions. So we could either go through that now, which may preclude any questions that are coming, or wait until the end of this session, and Lindsay could go through that.
Oh, thank you for that. Yes. Apart from Councillor Pavlovic, there are no other councillors at this point, as I see, indicating they have questions. So what I propose is that we take Councillor Pavlovic's question and then perhaps return to the additional information.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much indeed. Can I turn to the Railway Institute? At the beginning, it states that this project will take place over 3 phases. Phase 1, 2, that relates to the infrastructure and the Railway Institute, and on page 96 there's reference to that. But it also says at the beginning that if funding was available, all the phases would take place together, and it would be completed as one seamless entity. How's that going to impact on the Railway Institute being able to access an alternative venue for its band room? If it all happens at the same time, because on page 96, paragraph 5.101, it says, in terms of the project phasing, the loss of the band room is not required until phase 2 of the scheme, which therefore allows for additional team for the replacement facility for the loss of the band room to be agreed. If, however, the funding does become available, as was mentioned at the early part of the report, how's that going to impact on the RI?
Condition 26 on page 134 requires that the band room can't be demolished until a scheme securing its replacement for at least 15 years has been submitted to and approved in writing. So that has to be secured before that before it can be demolished.
Marvellous. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, Gareth, do you want to pick up on the additional notes?
Yes. Sorry, I'll stop the share. Probably could have done that before. Lindsay, would you mind going through the update, please?
Thank you, Gareth. Thank you, Chair. So just to reiterate, Lindsay Jenkins, Development Management Officer. So you would have had the update available to have a look at. So this just sets out consultation response from the City of York Council structural engineer, just commenting about the removal of the Queen Street Bridge and any other matters in terms of the structural aspect to that. And there's a officer of clarity provided on those comments. Further consultation responses were received from 2 owner occupiers of Queen Street properties, and the officers comment on some aspects of those which haven't been raised in the committee in the report are outlined in there. Confirmation that LNER wish to withdraw their objections to the application, and then we've got 2 conditions that have been amended as you've been drawn to, and also 2 additional conditions if members wish to support the application. And just to follow up, the additional information has been assessed and the planning balance and recommendation are unchanged from the published report. Thank you.
Are there any questions specifically in relation to that those updates? I don't see any. Okay. Then I think we've come to the point where we prepare to invite into the meeting those who've registered to speak, members of the public. There are quite a number who've registered to speak this evening and address the committee. So we're going to take a break in order to allow the technical team to bring those in. It's 17:24. Let's reconvene at 17:45. It will take that time to bring in that number of participants. So we'll adjourn at this point and we'll come back at 17:45 at 5:45. Thank you. Welcome back to this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee on Thursday, the 4th of February 2021. We're considering the application relating to the frontage of York Station. That's item 4A and 4B on our plans list this evening. And we've come to the point where we welcome public speakers who've registered to address the committee. The first of those this evening, Mr. Ian Anderson. Are you there, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, Councillor Kelly, thank you.
Excellent, we can hear you clearly. You've done this before, you know how it works. 3 minutes to address the committee. If we're getting close to that, I'll let you know. But if it's less, that's absolutely fine. Don't rush off just in case there are questions, but please go ahead.
Right, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ian Anderson. I live in Heworth and have lived in York virtually all my life. My sole point of objection is the inadequacy of the protection against the elements for waiting taxi passengers. This may seem a minor matter in the whole scheme of things, but is of vital importance to those affected. Ever since my first rail journey as a boy in 1944, I and millions of passengers since have had the protection against the weather afforded by the current station front. Under these proposals, as far as I can tell, there will only be a small canopy where the cycle shop is. I say as far as I can tell because it's virtually impossible to see the details fully from the plans, but it seems to me a wholly, completely and utterly inadequate scope of protection for the numbers involved. I cannot express my vehemence about this enough. Artists' impressions are always misleading, but one picture shows 4 taxis instead of the usual 10 or 12, but no queue. The area covered by the canopy looks as if it will shelter only about 3 or 4 taxi loads of passengers, whilst we all know the queue stretches right across the station front when 2 or 3 mainline trains arrive at once. My suggestion is that a canopy be built along the whole of the southern facade of the station to the left of the present entrance, or at the very least a much longer section than is covered by the canopy. Presumably the canopy shown on the plans will be designed to harmonise with the rest of the building, so I do not see why a longer one could not be similarly designed. So, ladies and gentlemen, my urgent plea is this, that you should make it a condition of any planning permission that a full-length canopy be built along the whole of the southern facade of the station to the left of the new canopy shown on the plans. Otherwise, future generations of taxi passengers will be left with completely inadequate protection against the weather.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And I'm just looking to see if there are any questions. I don't see any members. We do have Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Bearing in mind what's just been said and the very important points raised, would it be possible for the officers to address those comments now before they get lost in the ether?
I think we'll hold the response for officers until after all of the questions, but let's make sure that doesn't get overlooked. If you can make sure of that yourself, Councillor Waters, that would be great.
Will do.
No other questions. In that which case, thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Do continue watching on the live stream. Our next public speaker, Alan Robinson. Mr. Robinson, can you hear me? Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Good. Absolutely clearly. Do go ahead. You've got 3 minutes to address the committee, and then there may be questions, so bear with us afterwards for a moment.
Yeah, rightio. I'm Alan Robinson from part of York Bus Forum. Our concern is about interchange facilities. We're faced with very serious carbon emissions challenges, as you know, so transport projects we think should contribute as much as possible to tackling that problem. To that end, we should be planning now for more public transport in the long term. Eventually, we're going to need a higher capacity bus interchange at the station, and this scheme makes too little allowance for that. Options for future development are being closed off or compromised for no apparent reason. First Bus appear to be challenging those conclusions, saying a bus station isn't what York needs and that it's far better to give customers a choice of where to get on and off. That's a completely false dichotomy, I'm afraid. It isn't a question of either what we have now or a bus station, because an expanded interchange won't reduce the choice passengers have. They get more choice, not less. Investment in existing hubs won't be wasted, and operators won't be forced to change service patterns. The other major thing about this York doesn't need a bus station argument is it completely ducks the issue of future-proofing. It says nothing at all about keeping options open, and that's our biggest beef. Keeping options open can't be against the interests of the bus operators, and certainly isn't against the interests of York citizens and visitors. They're the ones who matter most. There's a lot of public support for a bus station, but you may well have heard that there isn't enough space for one. We agree in the bus forum that there isn't. Its space is limited. But that doesn't justify not even trying to make the best use of what space there is. Budget limitations mean an interim solution is going to be needed. A simple interchange like the present proposal won't suffice in the longer term, but it might do in the short term, providing the future-proofing is there, so we can improve it later. So what we ask this committee is please insist on a rethink, not just vague assurances or token efforts, but modifications that make sure that a better bus interchange becomes a genuine future possibility. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And I'm just looking to see if there are any questions from members. I don't see any, but thank you very much.
Chair.
Yes.
Both myself and Councillor Kilbane had our hands up.
I'm sorry I'm not sure how I managed to miss that, but Councillor Lomas and Councillor Kilbane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. You said you believe that we should be asking for modifications to the plans to future-proof and allow for further development in future. Can you expand on that a bit? What sort of modifications are you referring to?
Well, some of them we don't know whether they're needed or not. Obviously, one thing, because what we're thinking in terms of is using more of the space where the bridge is between there and the train shed wall for buses in the future. Now, at present, there's the taxi rank and the drop-off there. We suggest looking at the option of moving those elsewhere. We're also concerned about things like utility diversion. Will utilities be put in places that get in the way or won't be adequately protected if we change how the land's used? We're also concerned a bit about putting trees in there. We don't want those put in if they want to be getting away. I mean, one possibility would simply be at this stage to say we won't plant any trees. We're going to plant trees as part of a future project when we know how the eventual layout's going to look. We think at the moment the on-road bus parking, that's basically gives us 2 rows of bus stops. Now, if you're going to go for a flow-through design, we think another lane that pretty much the sort of thing that's currently for the taxis and the drop-off, but another lane for buses would be very, very useful. Is that all of it? Oh, the other aspect of this is that if we want to make better use of the space for the bus interchange and want to move other things elsewhere, the central crossing outside the portico gets in the way, or potentially gets in the way, so we think that ought to be looked at as well. And that central crossing also lengthens walking distances as well, which isn't our biggest concern, but that's also a concern. I think briefly I've covered most of it.
Okay. Councillor Kilbane, you had a question?
Councillor Lomas has asked my question, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Alan. In the officers' report, they state that the turning facilities for the buses on the loop road or wherever the turning would take place is adequate. But obviously,
Yeah.
in your submission, you've referred to the turning facilities as second rate on a traffic convoluted loop, and I just wondered if you could just explain a bit more about why you consider the turning facilities to be second rate.
Yeah, okay. Well, part of it is just that it's not really that clever to go all the way around the back of the RI building. But secondly, we're not looking so much. I mean, I think a lot of the current plans are based largely on business as usual, and we think that we need to bring more services to terminate at the station, at which point we're going to need better terminating facilities than exist. I mean, there is a potential problem with the existing one of where buses exit from the turning loop, where, you know, traffic conflicts there. When we say we want to bring more buses to the station, we're thinking about for service buses, we're thinking about, say, Easingwold buses or the Selby buses, that just for example. And the other thing is we want to see all park and ride buses go there. I mean, because we're fairly sure that, I mean, you know, the railways have an objective, which is to maximise modal shift from road to rail on longer distance journeys, and we just don't see how they can, you know, even if that car park goes up, there's still going to be limited capacity, so they're going to need to embrace park and ride to do it, and that needs turning facilities. I think that covers it roughly.
Okay, thanks, Alan.
Thank you. There are no further questions as far as I can see at the moment, so thank you very much. We move on to our next public speaker, Dave Merritt. Mr. Merritt, are you there to join us? Dave Merritt?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, apologies. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you very much.
There may be questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm here on behalf of the York Environment Forum in general support of many of the improved pedestrian and cyclist facilities and public realm aspects, but in very strong objection to the inadequate bus interchange facilities and the proposed multi-storey car park. The world faces an existential threat from climate change, which the Council itself recognised by declaring a climate emergency around 2 years ago. Significant and illegal levels of air pollution continue on and around much of the city centre road network, with little improvement in the last 5 years, with the exception of the pandemic. Vehicle intrusion and noise degrade the city centre environment. Our near neighbour, Leeds, faces very similar challenges. It is currently consulting on a radical new transport strategy that seeks to meet the climate change challenge. It's seeking a major shift of 130% increase in bus usage, 400% in cycle usage, and an accompanying 30% reduction in car use. We need similar ambition in York if we're to meet our challenges here. In transport terms, the corridor past the station from Micklegate to Bootham-Gilligate is one of the most pressured roads in the whole of the city, with massive delay and congestion problems. And these are set to be worsened by the Council's failure to deliver a car-free development in York Central and providing a more new direct road through there, feeding directly into the Lendal Gyratory. This application puts further pressure on that system by putting car use before better public transport provision, despite the Council's local transport plan policies and its hierarchy, which puts buses well above cars. Why? Because unless you have a much better public transport provision, which means reliable, frequent bus services, we aren't going to persuade people out of their cars, and we need to do that. So, really, this application ought to be refused because of its failure to meet the Council's own policies. I recognise that's unlikely to happen, and therefore we very strongly urge members to defer this application or to condition it to ensure that the future-proofing that the York Bus Forum has advocated is ensured as part of this set of works, so that we can have a better bus interchange in future.
Thank you very much. That was just almost on the 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Kilbane, please ask your question.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Dave. You're talking about Leeds having a target to reduce car usage by 30%. So if we were to do that on this multi-storey car park, that would take a floor off it, a floor and a bit. Would you be happy with that?
I'd certainly hope that we could actually achieve more. This is the most congested bit of the city's network. Actually reducing the car parking in this area that provides additional traffic and causes additional delays at the junction with the inner ring road is really the objective. But whatever you can achieve, I'd obviously welcome.
Any further questions? I don't think so. Mr. Merritt, thank you very much for joining us. And of course, you're free to watch the remainder of this meeting through the live stream.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker from the York Civic Trust, Andrew Morrison. Mr. Morrison, are you there now? Mr. Morrison.
Yes, Chairman. Yes, Chairman. Sorry, I was just pressing star 6 a bit too slowly on my phone there.
Don't worry. 3 minutes. Do go ahead, and I'll just give you a nod if we're getting close to that.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Andrew Morrison. I'm Chief Executive of York Civic Trust. York Civic Trust is objecting to the York Station frontage application for 3 significant details. But whilst objecting, we also wholly support the overall ambition and many of the details of the application, especially with regards to the positive heritage impact contained within it. We support the removal of the Queen Street Bridge and the improvement of the presentation of the city walls, including the 2 railway arches and the ivy cottage and the tram shelter, all of which are an integral part of the railway heritage of York, an important part of the city's history of industry and innovation. The Civic Trust also supports the end of the site will lead to better preservation of nearby heritage structures, including England's oldest railway water tank and the York RI Gymnasium, both of which are currently in a very poor state of repair. The Civic Trust can accept the present structures in the North and South Shed, even though they will have a negative impact on the Grade 2 star listed station building complex. Whilst the Trust supports much of the detailing of the improved transport provision and the public benefits that arise from it, the demolition of Queen Street Bridge gives a rare opportunity to turn this area into the primary exchange of travellers. By connecting transport services in one integrated location, it can help achieve many of the City of York Council's policy aims, in our opinion. Our objections are set within the context of the station frontage transport policy objectives submitted by the Civic Trust and others in October 2019 at the request of the City of York Council. In these, it was suggested that all park and ride services routed via the station and operating hours extended as an effective alternative to car-based access to the station from outside of York. This application does not contain sufficient provision for such a future change, nor for any commitment to route all city centre bus services to serve the station. We also consider, like others, the provision of bus facilities insufficient for a number of services, which, in our opinion, should be encouraged to use the site. A lack of provision for turning, laying over and exiting left from the circulating loop will potentially lead to delays and conflict from the main station car park and vehicles leaving the site itself. Whilst the Civic Trust accepts the principle and design of the multi-storey car park, we consider the provision for long-stay car parking to be excessive, providing with the 800 spaces planned for York Central, a total of 1,300 spaces for the site. Such provision for car transport is at odds with the Council's policies on climate and unsustainable transport, in our opinion. We also feel there is insufficient attempt to integrate recent related active transport improvements, in particular the new cycle and pedestrian route via Scarborough Bridge and other existing routes, for instance, from Lendal Bridge, across and through the station.
Got 30 seconds.
Thank you. While supporting the demolition of the existing Parcel Square buildings, the proposed replacement is, in our opinion, uninspiring for modern design and for a building that will face the city walls and be seen from the historic core conservation area. This is typified by the choice of dark grey panels and a zinc canopy to complement the station roof cladding material, hardly the strongest design aspect of this Grade 2 star listed structure. So in summary, York Civic Trust objects to this application with regards to the details mentioned, while supporting the overall ambition of the development and the huge improvements to the exceptional heritage and public appreciation of York's railway history that they will bring.
Thank you. Thank you. You could hardly have squeezed more into 3 minutes, I don't think. But, well done for that. I'm looking to see if any members have questions, and I see that Councillor Kilbane does.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Andrew. Just in terms of your comments, you're quite scathing about the replacement for Parcel Square. What is it that you were hoping would be going in that place?
Such a prominent position in the station complex and such an important set of significant heritage assets surrounding it, we were hoping for a bit more of an inspiring modern design that would stand in its own 2 feet against the heritage asset. I know it's been designed to bleed away, to sit back and give dominance to the rest of the station. But in our opinion, actually, new design of real quality, of real aspiration, can benefit the heritage and the station, and because of where it's situated, facing the city walls, facing the city, be a real extra advantage to the station itself. So we just feel a bit disappointed that what is given is really I don't want to say a bit like Leeds, but a bit Leeds in its design and materials. Whereas actually we think there could be more inspiration from what's around it to provide something much more of contemporary design that's of real quality that befits York and that station.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. So thank you very much, Mr. Morrison. We do appreciate you contributing, and by all means continue watching through the live stream. Our next public speaker, Tom Franklin.
Hello.
Franklin, excellent. Do you want to address the committee for up to 3 minutes?
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak on the station front planning application. I'm speaking as Chair of York Green Party. First, let me say that there is much to welcome in the current application, including the removal of Queen Street Bridge, some improved provision for cycling and pedestrians, and the opening of the old rail arch into the city. However, there are some serious problems with the current application that means that it should be withdrawn until they are properly addressed. This is a once-in-a-generation improvement to the station, so it is important that we get it right. First, the multi-storey car park is entirely inappropriate. We need to reduce car parking in the city centre if we're to get close to net zero carbon by 2030 and beyond. The car park will simply generate more traffic and is a 20th century solution that creates 21st century problems. The car park also has a distinct lack of charging points. With electric vehicles going to be increasing, only 7% of the car parking spaces have charging points, which is ludicrous. If you voted for the climate emergency in 2019, I don't see how you can vote for the car park now. Unlike the St George's Field car park, say, which is a significant reduction in parking spaces from the current car park there. Secondly, there appears to be a reduction in the amount of the amount of cycle parking. Before COVID, I often had great difficulty in finding a space for my bike, as did many others, and both the City Council and the rail companies say they want more people to cycle the station. This means there needs to be a significant increase in cycling facilities, and those need to be provided as part of this development, and I would say at least a doubling. Thirdly, the current plan appears to be for a single pedestrian crossing level with the centre of the station. As York Bus Forum have mentioned and shown elsewhere, this is not the natural place for most people to want to cross the road. It will be safer to continue to have a crossing at each end of the station, which is the natural line that most people will follow, and the crossings need sufficient room for people to safely and conveniently wait at those crossings. Finally, it would appear that there is a plan to retain 34 parking spaces beyond the north train shed by platform 2, with access provided through Tea Room Square. It's not clear how this makes sense with the requirement for a TRO banning daytime traffic in Tea Room Square. Let me be clear, I'm not wanting to prevent the station improvements at all, but I want them to be something that we can all be proud of for generations to come, and not look back on as a wasted opportunity implementing old-fashioned idea. Let's reject this now and wait until it's improved to accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. And again, I'm looking just in the event there are questions. Councillor Kilbane?
I did wait, Chair, in case anybody else wanted to get in first.
I noticed.
I'll go again. So same question as I asked Mr. Merritt to you, Tom. If the car park was to lose, multi-storey car park was to lose 1 or 2 floors, would that be acceptable to you?
Well, we clearly need to reduce the space. I would need to think about that in detail. It would certainly be an improvement. Whether it would be sufficient, I'm not sure, but maybe.
Okay. Any further questions? No. So thank you very much, Mr. Franklin. Your comments have been noted, and by all means continue watching through the live stream.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Councillor Webb. Councillor Webb, are you in the meeting?
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Do go ahead. You know how this works.
Thank you. Just to be clear, originally Councillor Melly was going to speak on this issue on behalf of residents. However, unfortunately, due to last-minute work commitments, you're stuck with me. I suppose the key thing to note is that while most residents agree that there is need for change, they're not convinced that this is it. Firstly, on the car parking, approving one multi-storey car park in the 21st century would appear folly. A second tonight would surely be ridiculous and, to be clear, not fair on residents on Cambridge Street and the surrounding area, as this is going to be huge. Without a new transport plan, it seems irresponsible. In terms of planning, such an overbearing structure will dominate the surrounding heritage assets. The argument, I'm sure, will be made for the need for the same number of spaces, but I, for one, am not convinced that now that is the case. Secondly, on buses, the station is currently the main bus interchange, and it's also the main spot for bus congestion, as there isn't enough space. And whilst there is some increased capacity proposed, this will not future-proof the site, will mean that we will still have the situation that not all buses go to the station. This will be disruptive for residents and seriously hamper residents and visitors alike and their access to the city. By getting this right now, we could save all of ourselves a lot of hassle in the future. Thirdly, a few specifics. Electric vehicle charging, condition 22. It does not stipulate more than one supplementary publicly accessible rapid charger. Again, to future-proof, could this not be increased? And then on cycle parking, condition 37 says cycle parking should remain at the same level. Could this be altered to at least the same level and hopefully increased in the future? Finally, Section 9 of the NPPF says that the planning system should actively manage growth, including the provision of appropriate facilities to encourage the use of public transport. I think what you've got to ask yourself tonight is, does this achieve this goal? And I think, to be honest, given the things that have been outlined by people who know far more about this than I do, from the Bus Forum, from the Civic Trusts, from other campaign groups, what you've got written in your papers tells you all, it clearly doesn't. So I think we really need to consider how we move forward on this. And I think that this might not be the right option right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, there are no questions. Councillor Kilbane, do you want a question?
Come on, Councillor Kilbane.
I don't want to hog all the questions, Chair. I thought I'd better leave a space for someone else.
Well, in this event, there aren't any other questions. So thank you very much for your contribution. And by all means, continue watching on the live stream.
Thank you, Chair.
Our next speaker is Michael Howard on behalf of the applicant, City of York Council, along with colleagues who will be available to answer questions should there be questions at the end of this, namely Mark Waterston of Arup and Chris Williams of Arup. Michael Howard, are you there?
Good evening.
Excellent. 3 minutes, and I'm sure there will be questions afterwards.
Okay. Hello, I'm Michael Howard, Major Projects Manager for City of York Council. York Railway Station is the city's key transport hub, where residents, commuters and visitors arrive and interchange between national, regional and local transport services. Over 10 million passengers pass through the station each year, and this is anticipated to grow significantly, with people arriving in the city and supporting the city's economy through sustainable modes of transport. This high and growing level of demand puts huge pressure on the station frontage, which struggles to cope with the competition for space from every transport mode in the city, which is seeking to converge between the station and the city walls. And it creates a high number of conflicting movements with a high number of pedestrians, which lead to congestion, poor air quality and a poor user experience. The proposals before you tonight will address these challenges and transform the York Station front to provide a new high-quality gateway to the city. The plans of the project have extensive engagement with station users, the public transport providers, to unlock a compact and confused mix of bus stops, car drop-off, short stay, long stay parking and taxi services. Working extensively with these partners, the development of the scheme has gained from their experience that enable significant improvements for all users. The scheme requires the removal of Queen Street Bridge and the reorganisation of parking, and through that, partners have been able to make available land which is currently outside of the highway boundary and will be required to enable the scheme to be accommodated. Whilst car parking is replacement for existing numbers as required by Network Rail, the significant anticipated growth in passenger numbers means that in real terms it will represent a reduction in parking spaces per passenger. The scheme is being brought forward by grant funding from the West Yorkshire Combined Authority Transport Fund and Transforming Cities Fund, both which seek to promote connectivity within the city and support an active travel agenda. The scheme complements and connects the proposals already being progressed to the west and east of the station as part of the York City Central Regeneration, and will significantly improve access, addressing carbon and air quality issues, and directly supporting the delivery of housing and commercial uses on the York Central development. The scheme will provide enhanced pedestrian routes, segregated cycle infrastructure in line with Local Transport Note 120, will enable people to choose cleaner and healthier modes of transport. The scheme puts pedestrians and cyclists first, improving connections to the station. The Council has aspirations to decarbonise the bus fleet and implementing a clean air zone through the city. The scheme will support this and reduce the amount of operational dead running required for taxis and buses. The scheme has been designed as part of the master plan and greatly enhances the heritage and environmental position in front of the station, so everyone who lives or travels to the city can enjoy the unique splendour and range of activities. An enhanced gateway to York Station is therefore important to address current congestion and to attract people and new business to the city. It is critically important to the future prospects of York and will provide an additional confidence to the private sector to make investments in housing and commercial development. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite questions from members. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. This might be a question for one of the Arup representatives, but I'll ask it, and then whoever is best placed can pick it up. It's with regard to some of the mitigating measures that are referred to. I think firstly on page 59, and then in the conditions on page 125 in relation to vibration. There's mention made of the Premier Inn Hotel and the properties on Queen Street, but there's no reference made to businesses on the corner of Micklegate and Queen Street. And I know we've had a written submission from one business that has whose alcoves are actually under the road. And in their submission, they'd ask for a number of issues to be borne in mind and steps to be taken in terms of documenting what is underneath the road before work begins, but that none of that is reflected in what currently exists as a condition in relation to vibration. So I just wanted to ask if that was something you were willing to take on board and to would be willing to add to the conditions that currently exist.
Could I ask if my colleague Richard Vickers from Arup could just respond on that vibration question?
Thank you.
Sorry, it's Richard Vickers here. Have I come in okay?
Please do, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So I think the vibration condition is relating to the works to demolish the Queen Street Bridge. And once it's demolished, there may be a need to put a small wall at the bottom of the rampart to stabilise the rampart. And that may involve some piling. So the vibration condition is a normal condition put on these type of construction works. And the Environmental Health Officer and the Council will be monitoring what is planned before it happens, and then what happens during construction, so that the impact on residents, on neighbouring businesses, including the hotel, is managed and that any vibration caused is within the acceptable thresholds. Does that answer the question?
I see one or two shaking heads. And Councillor Fenton, are you wanting to respond to that?
Yes, I welcome the confirmation that there'll be engagement before the work begins. but I would encourage Mr. Vickers to look at the submission that in particular was submitted by Del Rio's, which is a restaurant which goes underneath the road, with whom I think there would need to be very early and proactive engagement prior to any works getting underway. But I welcome what's been said. Thank you.
Yeah, I just reinforce we would very much during construction works like to work with all neighbours and businesses to minimise any impacts on them during the works.
Thank you. Further questions? There are no further questions. Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. I was trying to press my raise hand and I didn't get there in time, and I didn't want to lose the opportunity.
You haven't.
Thank you. To reflect the numerous submissions that we've had from the public participants, particularly in respect of the bus interchange, can you explain why the conclusions that have been come to have been made? The Bus Forum, the Civic Trust, and the Environment Forum have been making the argument for a bus interchange at the station for a number of years. Can you explain why this hasn't been something that can be accommodated?
I mean, I can add that we have been working very closely with the public transport operators and taking on board the sort of public feedback. We obviously have spoken to the Bus Forum on a number of occasions. I don't know if you want to pick up in the detail of that, Richard.
Yeah. Sorry, am I muted or can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hey, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. I think we've looked. This issue has been discussed for a number of years, as you say. My understanding of the preference from the bus operators and the people who control public transport within the city is that the sort of service that you have at the moment, whereby buses come and drop people off and then continue on through to the city centre, so people get on and off at different points, which is more convenient for them, is something that is desired to continue. With the current plans, we are increasing the number of bus stops for city buses. So there's more capacity for city buses to stop, and that allows greater numbers of buses in the future. But also importantly, the loop road will accommodate 3 bus stops, which will be used by the sort of longer distance buses, the National Express, the buses when the universities start and stop, perhaps also the race day buses, which will then sort of reduce that conflict that we currently have where buses start to block each other. So overall, we're providing more bus stops, which we think will allow buses to operate more efficiently.
Councillor Kilbane.
Oh, thank you, Chair. There's been a bit of comment about Parcel Square and the infill there from a number of different organisations objecting. Can you explain to the committee in what way the building that you're going to put in to the infill in Parcel Square is going to enhance the station frontage and look attractive to visitors from the city walls?
Could I ask if my colleague Tom Pearson on the heritage side could speak on that?
By all means.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My sound quality is very poor, so I hope you can hear me okay.
We can hear you perfectly.
Yes, so I will cover Parcel Square in my own speech in a short while, but the aspiration for the Parcel Square infill is to be low key. It's to be recessive. One of the interesting things about the railway station is that it was built with a strong sense of symmetry, with two open sides in its flanks either side of the concourse. One of them is now filled by the ladies' tea room, now the York Tap. The other is currently a bit of a mishmash with the Parcel Square buildings, and it has a history of fairly low-grade infill. By removing those buildings, there's an opportunity for us to reinstate some of the original clarity of the design. And so the Parcel Square infill facade is designed to be set back, to be darker than the golden brickwork of the station, and to offset it and to accentuate it. So yes, it is subtle. It is a bold form in its own way, and the details of the thing, which we propose to feature the iconography of the North Eastern Railway Company, offer some small detail and local interest, but it's really what it's trying to do is accentuate the significance of the station that survives.
Thank you. Again, you still have a raised hand there, Councillor Cobain. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Can you tell us what the relationship is between the need for the multi-storey car park and the franchise of LNER?
Richard, would you just like to pick up on that?
It's Richard Bickers here.
Yeah, I was just going to say we do have speakers from LNER and Network Rail with us this evening.
It might be appropriate to pick that up later with the speakers from LNER. We do have other speakers registered, Councillor Cobain.
With all due respect, Chair, it forms a central part of their application, and they are applying for a multi-storey car park, and that's the reason that they've given us the justification. So I'd quite like to hear it from the applicant, if that's okay.
I was just aware. Is it possible to have a response at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have worked with the landowners in order to secure the. So I'm getting a lot of feedback. In order to secure the land required to carry out the highway improvement, then we obviously have had to work with the landowners to secure the land, which is obviously not within the highway boundary at the moment. Obviously, we're not party to the financial or the commercial considerations that LNER and Network Rail may have within their franchise or commercial arrangements, but obviously they are seeking to maintain their parking levels as they are on the site at this time. And in order to secure that space, that parking needs to be accommodated elsewhere within the footprint.
Thank you. At this point, there are no other members indicating they have questions. Yes, Councillor Cobain again.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Just one last question from me. Has there been any consultation with the residents of the Cambridge Street flats? Because clearly the 4 stories of the multi-storey car park is going to have quite an impact on the views of some of those flats and maisonettes.
Obviously, the planning application has been promoted, has been advertised around the city and those adjoining properties to it. I can't confirm exactly the area to which the planning officers have distributed those notices.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I think with that, we probably move on to the next speaker, who I think we've already heard from, Richard Bickers from Arup. Do you want to address the committee directly now, Mr. Bickers?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me again?
We do.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So I'm Richard Bickers, and I've been responsible for leading the design of the scheme. At its heart, this scheme seeks to simplify vehicle movements, reduce conflict and release more space for pedestrians and cyclists. It's a very complex scheme which accommodates very many different movements within a very constrained space. The design has been developed through close collaboration with the Council's Highways Department, Network Rail and LNER, so that the reconfigured highway is safe, it complies with design standards and improves the accessibility of the station. We've also improved the scheme following feedback from many other stakeholders, for example, by extending the segregated cycleways, changing the facade at Parcel Square and improving the design of the car park. By removing the Queen Street Bridge and the Parcel Square buildings, and by consolidating the car parking into a multi-storey, we've been able to reorganise the highway and transform the station front area, creating a more welcoming and people-centred arrival experience into York. The scheme delivered significant benefits. The station portico is pedestrianised, creating an impressive arrival space for rail passengers. A new public square is created, which extends around the front of the station and into Tyrian Square. Pavements are improved and widened, and crossing points are simplified to make wayfinding easier. Safety and connectivity for cyclists is also improved, and the design complies with the latest guidance. Segregated routes, which separate cyclists from vehicles and pedestrians, are provided in front of the train station, and improved connections are made to the Lowther Terrace and through the city walls and past the council offices and through Tyrian Square to the Scarborough Bridge. The public transport facilities are located directly outside the station, and we provide a total of 4 additional bus stops, creating longer stops which allow buses to pull out from behind one another and separate city buses from long-distance buses. This will allow bus services to operate more efficiently with reduced delay. With the number of buses estimated to increase by 11% over the next 15 years, this scheme provides for a 75% increase in capacity. Taxis and drop-off facilities are located close to the station exits and are organised to create a smooth airport-style operation. We have tripled taxi capacity and allow 30 taxis to wait. A cover will provide shelter for people waiting in the taxi queue and for those getting into taxis. Station car parking has also been rationalised. This scheme provides exactly the same number of car parking spaces that are currently available. We note that with growing numbers of passengers going through York Station, the number of passengers, for example, grew by 45% between 2011 and 2019. This limit on car parking will help to reduce the proportion of rail passengers who drive to the station. Finally, we'll improve the appearance and environment of this area with high-quality pavements, improved seating and new tree planting, and by reducing congestion and conflict, we will make this a more attractive and welcoming space, and this will transform the perceptions as key arrival points into York. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members who have questions at this point? No. Yes. Okay. Councillor Douglas, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you describe how the priorities for increased capacity of platforms within the station itself have actually been considered within the application? Because it appears that some people think that there hasn't been allowance for this, and actually the expansion of capacity for trains is going to be a problem in the future, given what LNER have said about their ideas for the Newcastle Church Fenton line. Thank you.
Yeah, so but Network Rail and LNER are speaking after this, but so this application doesn't cover the interior of this or the platform arrangement in the station. But I would say that the York Central application allows for the expansion of the station on the platforms on the west side of the station. I think there's another 2 platforms being provided to give the station additional capacity on, but that's on the other side of the station.
Okay. Thank you. Can I ask a question myself? I mean, you may have heard an earlier public speaker particular concern about the canopy that you've referred to providing shelter for those who are waiting for taxis. As you mentioned that specifically, can you say a little bit more about the adequacy of that, the size of it, how many it would accommodate?
Yes, I think the speaker described the situation well. We have a cover that extends out from the sort of station building, which extends across the paved area where the people will wait, and then extends across where the taxi would pick up people, so that people get into taxis in the dry. The building facade is set back, I guess is probably set back slightly behind the existing facade. So there's a sort of a large paved area is created. And what we're envisaging is a sort of a zigzag taxi queue, a bit like you have at the moment in King's Cross, which would then accommodate quite a lot of people. There will be, there's space in the sort of corridor that sort of extends onto platform 3, and then where people can wait, and people can also wait around in the portico. So we need to. I can't answer exactly the number of people that will accommodate, but we recognise that when the trains arrive, there is a big influx of people coming to the taxi queue that will want to wait. So we'll be accommodating that in the detailed layouts.
And can I also ask, unless I misheard you, you referred, did you, to a 75% increase in capacity for buses? Can you confirm that?
Yeah. So with the number of bus stops that we're providing, when you apply the Nottingham standards for buses or the Transport for London standards for buses, you can get one bus using a stop every 3 minutes. So that is a theoretical, I guess, capacity, that 75% increase. And the point I was trying to make was that the forecast in bus numbers over the next 15 years is forecast to increase by 11%. So we are providing plenty of capacity to allow for that growth in bus numbers over the next 15 years and for probably the next 15 to 20 years beyond that.
Thank you. Do other members have questions? Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen a bus arrive and leave in 3 minutes in that area. So I'd like to see how that will increase in that capacity. But my question is about the canopy. Has the direction of the prevailing worst weather been taken into consideration? Because I mean, we've all been at the station when it has absolutely come down, and I have visions of people under that canopy still getting absolutely drenched because the wind's blowing the rain straight under that and onto waiting passengers.
So yeah, I guess the prevailing wind direction is from the southwest. Those are generally the strong, where the majority of the winds come, which is the other side of the station, if you like. As the station building itself will provide some level of protection. The taxi queue is sort of hemmed in on two sides, one by sort of the train shed wall and the other by the sort of the side of the portico. So two sides, if you like, are solid. So with those two sides and then a roof on above it, we would hope that it will keep sort of a large majority of the weather out, although there will always be times when some wind or some wind condition gets rainy and we can't completely block it in.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much, and we'll move on, but I'm sure you'll continue to watch with interest through the live stream. Thomas Pearson from Arup, are you able to address the committee?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
And I think in particular with regard to heritage and conservation issues, do you want to address the committee for up to 3 minutes?
That's right, thank you.
Thanks.
Understanding and responding appropriately to the history of this fascinating site has underpinned this proposed scheme. Each key element has been developed through a series of design workshops with the Conservation Officer and Historic England, and a detailed and positive feedback session with the Conservation Areas Advisory Panel. At the station, removing the poor quality post-war buildings presents an opportunity to reinstate the strong symmetry of the original design. A new section of facade is recessed backwards from the station wall, but echoes the rhythm of its buttresses. The Conservation Officer has supported this design as considered, modern and innovative, helping to reveal the significance of the historic building. Accommodation within the demolished buildings, all of which is essential for the station, will be rehoused in underutilised back-of-house areas inside the train shed. The proposed new buildings respect the geometry and scale of the space. They are expressed as lightweight elements and are deliberately simple, modular designs, which will be straightforward to remove in the future. The full height of the city wall rampart will be restored, allowing the wall to regain the huge visual prominence it had for many centuries. Its stability will be safeguarded with measures agreed by the city archaeologist and engineers from Historic England. Its two spectacular railway arches, currently hidden, will take centre stage in the public realm. Revealing these arches will also help to celebrate the former railway buildings around the RI. These were built alongside the original tracks, now lost, which ran through the arches to reach the original station. The new landscape design will help reinforce this connection. York's earliest railway story will therefore become much clearer. A new multi-storey car park will fit discreetly behind the RI on the former site of a very large railway workshop. Its massing and brick elevations are designed to complement the old industrial buildings around it. The Conservation Officer has supported this design as contextual, appropriate and sensitively handled. The central piece of the puzzle, the thing which unlocks the many benefits of this complex project, is Queen Street Bridge, a bridge which no longer bridges over anything. It inhibits movement and views around the area, diminishes the city wall, and subdivides the ground into awkward and inaccessible wedges of space which end up filled with cars. By removing it, we can present York's railway story more vividly and make the station a more fitting gateway to the city. New public spaces will allow our unique, inspiring historic environment to be better enjoyed by residents and visitors alike, making a fabulous first impression and setting the stage for whatever comes next. Thank you.
Thank you. Once more, I'm looking to see if there are questions from members. At this point, no. In which case, I thank you very much for your contribution. It is appreciated, and by all means, continue watching. Our next speaker, Mike Stancliffe from Network Rail. Mike, are you able to address the committee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead. Up to 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and good evening, councillors. I'm Mike Stancliffe, the Development Surveyor for Network Rail's Eastern Region Property Team. My team has a particular focus on station improvements projects such as this. Just in context, Network Rail is the owner of the station and the site is leased to LNER to operate the station and car park. Schemes at stations form an important part of the work we do to support stakeholders such as councils and combined authorities to invest in projects to transform the station environment to provide a safe and welcoming entrance to their city. As such, Network Rail has been heavily involved in the design and development of this project and fully supports the applications for both the scheme and the listed building consent. The scheme will deliver a step change in the experiences of passengers using the station, and so, if it looks good, is easy to use and is safe, it will encourage more travel by public transport. Focus of schemes to improve stations is to make it easier for pedestrians to get into and out of the station. The benefits can be seen at other locations for the creation of room for users to walk out of the station into some public space and feel as if they have arrived. Space to breathe and take in what the city has to offer, and a great first impression rather than having to navigate around vehicles, find the way to buses, etc. Sheffield was one of the first examples, and King's Cross is an oft-quoted fantastic example. However, by looking more regionally at Leeds, Wakefield, Doncaster, and many others that are also planned, one can demonstrate the economic advantages of a well-planned gateway to a city or town. It might not be readily quantifiable in figures, but one can feel a difference and hence feel better about the location. The current layout is congested and difficult to navigate. The site is narrow, and a design has been created after consideration of many iterations over a number of years. It is a trade-off between all the various demands on the space, but most importantly, it recognises the hierarchy of users and separates out pedestrians and vehicles, creates safe crossing points for the highway, and creates a safer means of change between travel modes. In order to deliver the scheme, land within the existing station car park is required for the improved transport interchange. To achieve this critical aim, the parking has been consolidated into the proposed multi-storey car park. Without this, the land can't be used, so not all the benefits of the project could be delivered. The car park will include the minimum EV charging points as are being conditioned, but at the time it gets granted construction, we'll look to provide what suits at the time of construction based on whatever the current research is. The scheme is also fairly unique as a station project, as no additional capacity has been sought in recognition of the existing congestion and environmental constraints of the area. This will mean that the trend of a reducing proportion of long-stay parking trips to the station will continue. As projected passenger numbers increase, the number of users by car as a proportion of the number of users by rail will reduce. This will lead to a higher proportion of trips by sustainable transport modes. Finally, the setting of the project itself means the proposed improvements to the highway and station buildings create room to admire the Grade 2-star station and the city walls, and hence create a fantastic new piece of landscape for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions at this point? Councillor Kilbane.
Oh, I thought Councillor Doughty got in before me, but I'll take it. Just a question I raised earlier in terms of the temporary car park that's going to be put onto the north side of the station. Can you envisage any difficulties with people accessing that car park and the stopping up order that has been in the process for Lehman Road?
Yeah, there shouldn't be, because Lehman Road, the section through the museum that's been stopped up, will only be stopped up once the new highway is in place between Water End and the Lehman Road tunnel. So that'll form the access into that area.
Thank you. Councillor Doughty.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Mr. Sandcliffe. I'm hoping this is a question you'll be able to answer, otherwise officers might help with it. Earlier in the meeting, one of our planning officers made a reference to the demolition of the part of the Railway Institute for where the bands use the band buildings, band rooms. And it's my understanding that there are 3 bands that use that. And there's a commitment, I believe, given by Network Rail, and the planning officer referred to a condition 26 on page 134. I won't read out the condition, but basically in brief, it suggests that a commitment will be given to finding a replacement venue for the bands to use for a minimum 15 years. Are you able to answer whether an appropriate site or sites have been identified, and will these be offered at the peppercorn rents that are currently offered to the usage at the Railway Institute currently?
Well, I'm currently working quite closely with the RI in order to ensure that the band room can be rehoused. We are looking at one potential option at the moment. I believe the commercial arrangements between us and the RI as to how that might go forward are between us and the RI rather than planning matter. But you know, they will be taken forward as necessary with the RI committee.
Councillor Pavlovic.
Thanks, Chair. Right, this multi-storey car park, we heard from the officer and we heard from the officer that is also the applicant that the height and therefore number of parking spaces has been determined by Network Rail and LNER. Is that the case? Can you explain what the parameters are that have meant that you've insisted that the same number of car parking spaces have to be provided?
Yeah, I mean, rail travel, as everybody knows, is expanding. The demand for car parking spaces is expanding. As I've said, pretty much every other scheme that I'm dealing with, up and down the route and across the region, we're always looking to increase capacity because that's what the passengers want. That's what the Office of Road and Rail is quite often encouraging us to do. So therefore, we have not taken that approach here. We've simply looked to protect the capacity that we've got. The site on which it can be located is fairly constrained by issues such as land that we're having to safeguard for possible future platforms on this side of the station, ensuring that we can maintain access into the trackside to maintain the railway tracks. Okay.
Can I ask a supplementary?
Please
Chair?
do.
Because I do want to explore this a little bit more, if that's okay with the committee. You state that other areas and other schemes that you've been working on are all looking for increased car parking. Are they, as far as you're aware, cities, towns that have declared a climate emergency?
I don't. Most of the local authorities I am working with do tend to have declared a climate emergency. But the other thing you've got to see in the context of this car park is its position as part of regional and national sustainable transport. One of the things you've got to consider, say a traveller is thinking of travelling from the York area to Edinburgh or Birmingham or what have you, one thing that might determine whether they go by car or by train could be the fact that they can park at the station. If they think they can't park at the station, they're more likely to go by car, which therefore puts more vehicles on the road.
No, sorry, I'm really confused by that. If they're travelling from London to Edinburgh, surely they'd be going on the train. If they were going to take their car, they wouldn't be parking their car at York.
Sorry, what I thought I said was a traveller from the York area travelling to, say, Birmingham or Edinburgh.
Right.
Understood.
I'm not wholly convinced by the argument, Chair, and I would just, if with your discretion, I would just like to explore this a little bit further. So if this committee, for example, was to say that the multi-storey should be reduced, and I think Councillor Kilbane has asked various of the public participants that it be reduced by a storey, what would be the difficulty with that being achieved from a Network Rail LNER perspective, given that they are both publicly owned companies, and therefore essentially they're owned by the taxpayer? I'm not really clear why it's such a dogmatic position that you've taken.
Because we're seeking to protect the capacity that we believe the users of the rail network require. So if we reduce the capacity, we're unlikely to release the land that's needed for the, we won't release the land that's needed for the rest of the scheme. We're unlikely to get consent from the Office of Road and Rail and the rest of the rail industry to release that land for the rest of the scheme. So you then won't be able to deliver all the elements of the scheme.
So basically that's what you're saying. It's the multi-storey car park or this scheme doesn't go ahead.
Well, no, we're looking to protect the capacity for rail users at the station.
Yeah, but you said that you wouldn't release.
With respect, Councillor Pallenvic, you've asked the questions. Those questions have.
And I just wanted to, Chair. Sorry, that was an incredibly important thing that was said. If this doesn't go through on the terms that it's written down, and we as a planning committee do have the options of trying to amend it with conditions, we've just heard that the permission for that land would be therefore refused. That's an incredibly important point, and I don't think we should lose sight of it. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Kilbane.
Oh, thanks, Chair. It was actually supplementary to Councillor Doughty's. I think I can still remember what his question was. To do with the band room, because obviously they've been looking for a replacement for the band room for about 3 years now. So if we can't find a replacement when it comes to the end of phase 1, what happens? Does all work stop until a suitable band room is found?
Apologies, Chair. Is that a question for me? to answer.
I think it was.
Yeah, I mean, our understanding is we have to comply with the planning condition that's given to us. So in order for the band room to be demolished, we have to find an alternative location.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Chair. I just want to ask the Speaker a couple of questions. One for clarity on an answer you just gave to Councillor Pavlovic around. I just wanted to be sure that, you know, from Network Rail's perspective, this protection of parking spaces to deliver this scheme, I think was the phrase used. I guess what I'm asking is this scheme, do you mean the York Station frontage, or this scheme, do you mean the whole of the Teardrop site? And my second question was just about the need to protect those parking spaces, the number of them. Is that because Network Rail doesn't have confidence in the city's bus network, or doesn't have confidence in the council's ability to affect modal shift in future years, so that it would be a more appealing option for a traveller to come to the railway station not in their car?
Okay, in terms of the first question, I'm certainly just referring to the station frontage scheme. In terms of the second question, our feeling, our research, whatever, is that there's insufficient capacity at the station. So we're looking to protect the capacity that we have got in order to ensure that we can provide the facilities that we believe the users of the railway require. I don't think it's unreasonable to have a like-for-like replacement as part of the scheme that's going forward.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just interested on this issue then. We've heard through many places, and one of the speakers mentioned it, that the train operators are committed to modal shift on longer journeys. And I'm just wondering how that marries with the fact that it doesn't appear that you're into modal shift on shorter journeys, which would be influencing the parking at the station. Can I understand what your company's opinion is on modal shift on shorter journeys, please?
It may be best, I think LNER are speaking after me, for LNER to be able to address that question.
Are you content to you raise the question again, Councillor Douglas? Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other questions at the moment, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Stancliffe, and I'm hoping that Niall Melvin from LNER is available now to address the committee.
I am, yes.
Excellent. Up to 3 minutes, and I'm going to be surprised if there aren't some questions. There will be questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak today, but I will keep this brief. As the operator of the station at LNER has worked very closely with City of York Council and Network Rail in this scheme, with the aim of making it easier to access the station while retaining the facilities that exist there today, which are needed to provide the rail services and facilities that our customers want and expect. This scheme makes significant changes to address some of the major concerns in and around the station for air quality, congestion, and public experience by removing a lot of conflicts and improving the pedestrian flows, cycleways, and bus provisions. This scheme also seeks to reconcile the station facilities at their current level without increase, which could be considered something out of the norm for a scheme such as this, where uplifts in the station facilities such as car parking, staff offices, and retail outlets would normally be required. I welcome and support the improvements providing accessibility to make it easier for the residents of York and the surrounding areas to use the more sustainable form of transport for the long-distance mass transit of people to help meet national objectives for carbon reduction, but also for the benefits for visitors to York as a gateway outwards from the station to enjoy the city and the wider region. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, I'm sure you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Niall, you likely heard it, but I will repeat it. So we have heard over many years from many sources, and speakers mentioned it, about the train operators are committed to modal shift on longer journeys. And I'm just wondering if that fits with shorter journeys as well. So modal shift for your passengers coming to the station, and how these two marry. Thank you.
I can see where your concern comes from. I do recognise, you have recognised that we're an intercity operator. So outside of York, our next major stops are either Leeds or Doncaster or Darlington going north. However, it is the part of the railway aspiration that we do look at modal shift for all journeys. And we do recognise that there is an aspiration both of local authorities, York Council being a very vocal one for this, that it is your aspiration to also see movements away from private vehicles. As we've covered so far in this meeting, we do expect increases, significant increases in future passenger growth. So the retention of the existing facilities and not increasing them as part of this scheme will show that reduction per passenger for the car parking facilities. I think it's a recognition of having the availability to get to the rail station when people need to get there. I mean, I'm actually a commuter myself. I live in Newcastle. I travel down to York. I used to travel down to York every single day for my job. We're at East Coast House building on Skeldergate. And I would come through York Station. I would say that car park is pretty much full well in advance of me get to the station. And I get there. Likewise, Newcastle Station is also very full. So from times like 7 o'clock or approaching 7 o'clock in the morning, especially for the intercity market, it's the ability to get to the station, to be able to do those journeys to further distances, like London, like Edinburgh, especially from places like York, which means that we can achieve the long-term objectives for the national carbon reduction. I think in times future, it may well be something that's looked at. It may not. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. It's that continued provision for now to allow people to get to the station that we need to protect.
Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Chair. So another, I think it was Councillor Fisher at the beginning, mentioned the fact that we do know that government policy is to, completely a ban, or I'm not sure, or stop making combustion engine vehicles by 2030. And I completely accept your point about the fact that you're not increasing car parking capacity because you know that there's going to be increased levels of users using the railway network. I get that. So why couldn't you perhaps really make it stand out, your commitment to the modal shift, by saying, okay, we're not increasing car parking, but we are increasing other parking space for the e-scooters and for cycles primarily. It would, and I think that should be something that could be conditioned, that it should be, yes, like for like, perhaps like for the car parking, but an increase in cycle parking and other e-modes. I think we should look to condition increase in cycle parking.
I think there is part of the proposals which show a new cycle storage area adjacent to the multi-storey car park. I don't think we've done the full analysis on the actual cycle numbers across the whole station. However, the main storage location for bikes currently is just alongside platform 1, and there's proposed to be no reduction in that area whatsoever because it's all on platform level, so they will stay. There'll be reconciliation of what's currently in the northern train shed. Again, we haven't done the full exercise to make sure that will stay, but it is proposed there will be a storage area adjacent to the multi-storey car park. From a point of view of e-scooters, I'm currently in discussions with a company who is working on other proposals in York City with an aspiration to get them in well in advance of this scheme. One thing I would like to say as well is with electric cars, and I know we've discussed electric car charging within the multi-storey car park. We've currently got a scheme that we're investigating to provide for a minimum of 5% currently. I know Network Rail is currently underway with their investigations about what could be done with the multi-storey car park, about what provision ultimately goes in there. I think the whole country at the minute, we do recognise that 2030 deadline which has been put on by central government. I think one thing that the whole country's doing is we're waiting to see exactly which way that goes. We recognise that there is going to be a change, but still when there is a change, if you move from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles, you still need somewhere to park electric vehicles.
Councillor Cobain?
All right, thanks, Chair. Hi, Niall. You reminded us all briefly there of what it was like to commute to work. It seems a long time ago. In terms of the report that we've got in front of us from LNER's representations, LNER are saying there must be no reduction in facilities or utilities at the station, and you're concerned that there's no legal agreement to facilitate this. Is that still a concern?
From the time that letter went in, which was in May 2019, I think there's been considerable discussion between the council, the project team for the council and Network Rail, and I think that we're making some excellent inroads, and we're making some very good progress on this scheme to make sure it delivers the best possible solution it can with the funds that are available. And we recognise that there's still a way to go, today being one of the measures that we have to, one of the steps that we have to go through to get there. There's still things left to do, but I'm confident that, as I've said in the speech I gave at the beginning, I'll work on and support the improvements, and we're going to continue to work together to deliver the best scheme we can.
Please continue.
Thanks, Niall. I'm just assuming from that there is still no legal agreement in place. Is that right?
It's something that may come at a later time.
Okay. Thank you. There are no more questions, so we say thank you, and we move on. And next speaker being Andrew McGuinness.
Oh, I was trying to get another question in there.
Oh,
Chair.
sorry, I didn't see that.
Have we lost him? Is he gone?
Are you still there?
Still here.
Yep.
Just one last thing in a Columbo style. What's the relationship between the franchise and the amount of car parking spaces that we see referred to in the report?
For the number of car parking spaces, we use them to get people onto our trains.
Sorry, it's in the report. It says that you need to have a certain number of car parking spaces as part of your franchise. Or does it give that impression?
We've got, when the franchise is taken over, and this will be whether it's taken over by a private company or whether it's taken over by the government, it'll be stipulated exactly how many car parking spaces there is within that franchise. And they'll be, if it's a private company, so from a franchise, from that point of view, they will make, it's likely they will make a bid on what they can pay back to the taxpayer. So every type of income will be considered in that. From our point of view, it's obviously the returns we can make direct to the Treasury. But the main driver of car parking spaces is to get people to get them on trains.
Okay, thanks. And just one last one, honestly, Chair. Do you know the people who currently use the car park, do you know where they're commuting in from?
Off the top of my head, I don't, I'm afraid. I don't have that information. I'm afraid it's something that we could find out because we will have catchment data.
Okay, thank you. That would have been interesting, but it's not available. So with that, we do move on. Mr. McGuinness from York Quality Bus Partnership, are you available there? Can you hear me?
Thank you, Chair, and I hope you can hear me. And I think, yeah, good. I thank the committee for the opportunity to speak. So my name is Andrew McGuinness, Regional Manager for CPT, the Trade Association for UK Bus and Coach Operators, and also the Independent Vice Chair of the York Quality Bus Partnership. The QBP brings together all of York's bus operators and City of York Council. The partnership focuses on jointly providing high-quality bus services and facilities to residents, commuters and visitors to the city. The bus operators were actively consulted at an early stage of the scheme development to ensure the layout suited their needs and improvements were made for layover stops. The York Quality Bus Partnership welcomes the redevelopment plans at York Station. Throughout the pandemic, buses have played a key role in keeping key workers connected with their places of work and enabling essential journeys. Buses will continue to play this vital role and will be a key part in contributing strongly to York's economic recovery from COVID and supporting the city with its clean air and zero carbon ambitions. As bus operators, we are therefore keen to see bus services given the prominence they deserve within the city, and we support the proposals laid out in the planning application, which maintain the bus interchange layout at York Station. The proposed layout provides great connectivity for bus users while maintaining vital cross-city bus links and improving journey times. Our customers and bus users in general want reduced journey times and great connectivity across York, and we believe the design proposals achieve this while reflecting how people use buses in York. The key attractions and shops in the city are dispersed, and many services operate across the city, which gives customers a chance of where they get on and off, which is far better for customers than a centralised bus station at York Railway Station. The layout also includes opportunities for layover vehicles and a turnaround facility on the new Loop Road, which will transform the way longer distance services are accommodated in the city. Many of the elements of the environment of a bus station are also achieved within the current proposals, reflecting best practice by providing high-quality waiting areas with shelter, improved directional signage, and provision of high-quality, consistent service information. It also allows for growth in vehicle types, frequencies and routes in the future, as well as efficiency in bus movement without factoring delayed dwell time in a station environment. And finally, York has many interchange points which have benefited from investment in shelters and information provision in recent years, which we feel is the best solution for the city. Currently, the penetration of bus services into the city centre is in line with passenger demand and expectation. Forced interchange or the movement of services to a single interchange does not meet all of the requirements of passengers in York. The QBP supports the redevelopment proposals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Very good. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. McGuinness. We heard from some of the public speakers earlier a sort of range of views relating to bus provision, and some comments were made around bus routes, although that rerouting buses is not an issue we're considering as part of this application, although some comments were made about future-proofing and some concerns around if the increase in the use of buses that I think we all want to see and we all hope will happen. There were concerns raised that the layout as proposed would be lacking as and when that comes to pass. I just wondered from an operator's perspective whether those are concerns that you share.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think as was noted earlier, the proposed layout outside the station would allow more time for vehicles and also allow for an increase of buses in the future. I would like to think that we all collectively have an aspiration to promote modal shift and to increase bus use in York. So we are fairly confident that the design scheme being proposed would future-proof in providing additional capacity for growth in York.
Thank you. No further questions. In that case, thank you very much, Mr. McGuinness. We appreciate your contribution, and we move on.
Thank you, Chair.
Unfortunately, our next speaker who registered, Andrew Bigwood from the York and North Yorkshire Chamber of Commerce, has not been able to stay with us long enough to make his contribution at this point, but has given us a written submission as a result, which we are going to include. I've agreed to that. So I've asked a member of the Democratic Services team just to read that briefly.
Thank you, Chair. So these are comments on behalf of York and North Yorkshire Chamber of Commerce. The station frontage is in many ways York's shop window to that a large proportion of people arriving in the city do so by train. The present frontage is in serious need of substantial modernisation, reflecting as it does the look and feel of rail travel 30 years or more ago. The plans proposed for the station frontage are one of a number of significant projects at various stages of progress, including York Central, the Hudson Quarter and the Roman Quarter, which together represent an opportunity not only to showcase York as an evolving modern city, but also shift or to expand the city's economic centre of gravity beyond the historic walls and to unlock areas ripe for providing modern accommodation and first-class commercial space for forward-looking and growing business sectors, vital for rebalancing the city's economy. York enjoys an almost unparalleled position in terms of its rail connectivity at the heart of this developing sector in the city, and as such it's entirely appropriate, I would suggest, for a significantly modernised and enhanced station facility and the public space surrounding it to form part of these ambitious plans. Ambitious, yes, but at the same time, the proposed plans, it seems to me, recognise the reality of how those using the station, be they residents, commuters, business visitors or tourists, will want to use and access York's rail connections. Integration with the city's bus network is certainly vital, as more and more residents of the city are using bikes to get in, out and about. It's appropriate that modern safe facilities are provided for them, but equally important for the foreseeable future is the provision made for cars. As the North Yorkshire Chamber, we represent businesses from City and from the wider North Yorkshire hinterland, and of course York Station serves that wider hinterland with access to cities such as Leeds, Manchester, as well as London, Edinburgh and Glasgow. Excuse me. The experience of our members, as well as my own personal experience, tends to show that if you want to catch a train to London from York, leaving at around 7 AM, the existing car park at the station is almost very busy at that time in the morning. And although my commute to the city is only about 7 miles, many of course will be travelling a lot further to catch those early trains. Although York's bus network is extremely good, it is not always possible for it to use for those particularly early or late journeys to and from the station. Not all park and ride services drop at or close to the station, for example, and at the moment it's not possible to leave a car at the car park overnight if your rail travel involves an overnight stay out of town. For those catching trains out of York earlier or getting back particularly late at night, the options for public transport become even more limited. In addition, for me and many of our chamber members, catching that early train to London can be both time critical and business critical. With the best will in the world, I would suggest that many commuters prefer and will continue to prefer the sense of greater control over their timetable that being able to drive themselves to the station affords. If you're catching a very early morning train from York to London or Edinburgh for a meeting, not many business people relish having to set off from home perhaps 20 or 30 minutes earlier in order to catch a bus to the station and then rely on the bus running to time, or else missing the train and perhaps jeopardising a crucial piece of business as a result. This is a long-winded way of saying that from the business community which the Chamber represents, the demand is there and will continue to be there for the foreseeable future, for at least as much provision for private car parking at York Station is currently available. As an addendum to what I've just said, it's perhaps also worth noting that with continued evolutions in vehicle design, the private car, just as we've seen with our buses in York, is becoming an ever cleaner mode of transport, and I think it's therefore ill-conceived to make an assumption that private motor vehicles will always be the enemy of cleaner air and environmentally sound solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you stepping in there. Clearly, we're not going to ask you further questions, having read that submission, but we appreciate you reading the submission. Can I just ask one question though, and that is, I'm aware that the Niall Melvin had registered to speak in support of 4B as well as 4A, but it's my understanding that he was addressing both in his earlier submission. Is that your understanding?
That's correct. Yeah, I can confirm.
Yes. Okay. Okay. And I was putting that question particularly to Angela there, but that's helpful.
Sorry.
Thank you. With that, therefore, we have come to the end of our public speakers. It is now 7:30, and Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Chair. It's just a question and on reflection to what the last speaker from Chamber of Commerce just said. How can either Niall or, sorry if they've gone now, the speaker's on the phone, or Network Rail or indeed the applicant, perhaps explain to safeguard that number of parking for the rail users, how would that multi-storey car park be prioritised for rail users?
I'm not sure that we have speakers with us now to pick up on that question, Councillor Baker. But I'm sure it's something we're going to return to in just a moment. What I am wondering if members would just give me some indication. We would normally, of course, at this point, move on to any further questions of officers, just exactly as we were about to there, I think. But I'm also aware that we may be needing to have a stretch, a comfort break, even for a couple of minutes. I'm looking for some indication there. Okay, I think I've seen enough nods. In that case, I'm going to give us 10 minutes. It's 19:30. Let's reconvene at 19:40, just in order to, at the very least, have a stretch. Thank you. Welcome back to this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee on Thursday, the 4th of February 2021. We're considering the application for work to the frontage of York Station. We've heard from a large number of public speakers. We now have the opportunity to put further questions to officers, and I'm looking to see what questions there might be at this point. Councillor Kilbane, please.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if the conservation architect is still with us.
I hope so.
I am, Chair. Councillor Kilbane.
Thank you.
Yes.
You've waited a long time, David. It's,
I have, thanks.
You've got, in terms of the 4B application, if you like, you're okay with the parcel square, but you've got you're not supporting the north and south sheds. Can you explain your reasons to that in sort of layman's terms, really, I suppose?
I think the views of the trench shed roof are really important, and in my opinion, the temporary structures detract from an appreciation of the trench shed roof.
Is it just the temporary structures then that you're objecting to, the pods?
Yes.
Okay.
Just
thanks.
the temporary structures, Councillor. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know which officer can help with this, but it's just a question about whether residents living in Cambridge Street and the surrounding streets were included in the resident consultation.
Lindsay, could you answer that one, please?
Yes. Sorry, I just get my mic up. Yes, they were. I've just been looking back on the information. Site notices were posted on Layerthorpe Terrace going the way round onto Cambridge Street. We had neighbour letters sent to residents of the Walk, Cambridge Street number 16 to 24 Evans and Oxford House. So there was a substantial amount of site notices around. There was about 20 in total on the whole site. So there was, but the entrance to where the ramp is down to the car park, Layerthorpe Terrace, there was one outside the on the lamppost there.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Given previous experience and the fact that it's a City of York Council application, I'm working on the assumption that it will be approved. So I was particularly concerned on page 130 to see condition 18, bearing in mind what is said earlier in the report and what has been said by some of the speakers about the value and the integral need for the street trees. And I see again at the end of this condition, any trees or plants which within a period of 5 years, etc., etc., etc. It's a City of York Council application. I'm sure that by now we should have got the message through that when it's an integral part of the scheme, the landscaping should be for the lifetime of the development. And that might address some of the concerns that the landscape architect had over whether some of the trees were actually viable. If we're approving them, they should be there in perpetuity.
Is there a question specifically in that?
Well,
the Waters?
I'm wanting to know from the officer why we've got the 5-year condition and not for the lifetime of the development.
Okay, is it possible to respond to that?
That's the condition in the recommendation. If members wish to alter that, you're the decision makers. It's up to you to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Fenton.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question about condition 10 on page 127. There's a reference there to automatic number plate recognition as being one of the elements to be approved in writing. I just wanted to check with officers, is that does that relate to the comments elsewhere in the report around the potential risk of of tailbacks of cars entering the multi-storey car park and the impact that might have on bus flows? Because it's mentioned alongside CCTV. I just wanted to make sure that I was interpreting it correctly, and that the the AMPR requirement would be with a view to reducing the risk of tailbacks having a knock-on impact on buses and other traffic. Thank you.
Helen, I see you've switched your screen on there. Do you want to respond?
That's the purpose, yes.
Please do.
Yes,
Thank
that
you.
is the purpose of the condition.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to check. Thank you.
Further questions? No, I don't see any further questions. Yes, I do. Councillor Kilbane.
Thanks, Chair. I think there's something wrong with your screen tonight. I must be a bit missing. There's a question for Gareth. I see that Historic England have said that although there's no plans for the Port Cochere, although obviously we'll have to change its name once we stop the coaches from stopping in it, then it'll just become a big portico. They have asked that no retail units be put in it into the future. Is that something we can condition?
Because it's a listed building, anything apart from the in the existing outer concourse, you sometimes see the temporary market stall like structures, but anything more permanent than that, they would need to come back for listed building consent. So we have control over those. I don't know what you call them, more permanent temporary structures. So that they would have to come back to us with another listed building consent application. But in terms of the slightly the less permanent structures, then we wouldn't have control over that unless members sought to put a condition on.
Thank you. Anything further? That being the case, I think we can move into debate and hopefully come to a conclusion. I'm again waiting to see who might want to help us to move on. Councillor Fenton.
Thanks. I think just one of the things I wanted to suggest was, I think it was mentioned earlier, something I wanted to sort of test members' appetite for. I think Councillor Baker mentioned it. It's in relation to cycle parking capacity within the station. Another, I think it's condition 37 talks about replacement parking shall be provided at the same level. I'd like to propose that we amend that condition to say to provided at least the same level. So I just wanted to test whether there would be support for that.
I see various members nodding in agreement.
Okay, no, sorry, I should have asked it at when we were questioning officers, but I just wanted to put it in now before I forgot.
That's fine. I have a sense that it may be that some would want to word it more strongly. Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, there's too many buttons and I think I unmuted before I put my hand up, so apologies. I think I would favour wording it more strongly. I think that at least is the same as at the same level in terms of what would be provided. So I would favour it being at an increased level rather than just allowing them to provide the same.
Councillor Baker.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm in support of what Councillor Lomas just said. And to be honest, not being able to confirm data about where car drivers are coming from and why car drivers are using the capacity that the train operators say that they're still going to need in the future, yet saying that they know that they need a set amount of car parking spaces is not really compatible with not being able to be stronger and more ambitious about saying that yes, we do need more cycle spaces.
Councillor Fenton, do you want to pick up on that? And
yeah, no, I think Councillor Baker and Councillor Lomas are correct in terms of yeah. I think it's, again, if we want to see the the kind of modal shift, I think all speakers from whatever point of view they're coming from have been supportive of that. So I think it would be appropriate for this for this committee to send that message. So I'd be happy to go with at an increased level rather than at the same level, or at least the same level. Clearly, an increased level could be one more, but one would hope that the aspiration would be more than that. Just a few other observations as we're kind of moving into debate. I think there's, from what we've read and what we've heard, I think there are clear. I think as all the public speakers alluded to, there's aspects of the scheme that have strong support. I think the the introduction of segregated cycle lanes, I think, is an important marker, and hopefully is a sign of things to come in terms of compliance with relevant government guidelines. And I think if we see those and they're a success, hopefully it will be a trend that will continue. So I think that's an important step forward. In terms of the sort of improvements to the public realm, I think again that's something that from the visualizations we've seen, that's something that clearly is to be welcomed. The issue of the buses, I think what is proposed is an improvement. I think there's I think quite rightly ambition to ramp up the facilities for bus users to make buses a more attractive proposition. I think what the plans we have do that. Could they go further? Could they be more ambitious? Arguably yes, but then you would have to consider what other aspects of the scheme would have to be compromised in order to facilitate that. But I think in terms of what's presented, it does represent a step change. On the multi-storey car park, obviously we've sort of had the discussion with LNR and Network Rail in terms of their perspective, and from what they were saying about wanting to retain what they have. Obviously in the future, one would hope that the availability, reliability, affordability of public transport to station would make driving and parking there a less attractive proposition. But I think the proposal for the like-for-like replacement of parking facilities is a pragmatic move, and one that I do understand. So on the basis of what we've heard and what I've read, I'd be happy to propose approval with the amendment to condition 37.
Councillor Fenton, thank you for that. Before we move on, just two things quickly. For the record, Councillor Lomas disappeared from the screen, but did indicate to me that she was still keeping on the headset. She didn't miss anything. Can you confirm, Councillor Lomas, that you didn't miss the wonderful contribution there from Councillor Fenton? And also, Gareth, you were trying to draw our attention. Councillor Watson, I'll come to you in a moment as well. Gareth, was there something you were wanting to say?
I did. I wanted to make a comment about the condition about cycle parking, but I might need to save that for just before we you move to a decision, if that's all right.
Okay. I'm sure we really would appreciate your help with that, because I'm sure that you, the sense I have certainly is that members would welcome strengthening that. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Presumably, somebody's going to discuss an amendment to condition 18 then, regarding the landscaping and specifically the trees for the lifetime of the development. And I draw everybody's attention to paragraph 3.31. The proposed development will be a very different animal without any street trees. Now, if it's subsequently found in 5 years' time that street trees need to be removed to increase areas for bus interchanges, bus stops, or if they're not viable, they will just disappear. We need to condition that. Similarly, the what the design architect has referred to about the wildflowering on the ramparts. I don't know whether anything can be conditioned there to ensure that suitable ground conditions are created. There's going to be an awful lot of land disturbance. There's going to be an awful lot of subsoil and poor soil, which would be ideal for wildflowering. Again, it's all ought to go in condition 18.
Councillor Waters, thank you for that. I'm sure we'll be picking that up. Councillor Hollier.
Thanks, Chair. Really, I was just going to second the proposal. I mean, subject to what I think Gareth was probably going to say about the sort of need, I guess, to be quite specific about the cycling condition. I guess it's probably difficult to be sort of general in that way, but happy to take advice when that comes, and also happy to, I guess, include Councillor Waters' suggestion on the landscaping.
Okay, Councillor Fenton again.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say in response to Councillor Waters' proposed amendment to condition 18, I'd be happy to amend that to include the lifetime of the development. I suppose in years to come, if there was a move to amend what had been in place, that would have to come back to committee for consideration. So I think that's entirely appropriate. I must confess to not knowing enough about wildflowers to know how to word an amendment to that condition, but I know enough to know that you need a certain type of soil. So I would bow to Councillor Waters' greater knowledge on that front.
I think Councillor Waters might help us with that.
I just wonder where your condition goes on about details of landscaping shall include, but not be limited to the following. Just before it says species and stock size, there might be as well just saying ground conditions, which might subsequently give the landscape architect a bit more power to her elbow.
Okay. Councillor Baker, I'll come back to you then, Councillor Fenton.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to comment really. I do feel uncomfortable voting in favour of this, however many benefits there are, and I've listened to all the arguments and the applicant and the operators. There's just things that stick out for me in sense of some of the wording in some of the objections we've read about, how so many elements of this development that is not at all low carbon by nature. Nobody's come along and said this is an exemplary low carbon development. I know it's difficult to get it that way, but violating the climate emergency declaration that we've made is one of the comments that stands out to me from the Civic Trust. And the very fact that officers refer to a multi-storey car park being inherently difficult to provide energy efficiency, it just all sits very uncomfortable with me. And yes, we might be able to put a condition in saying there'll be a few more cycle spaces, but that is not ambitious enough. None of this is ambitious about being serious about creating a low carbon example of how we could do things a bit better, a lot better. So yeah, more ambition would be nice.
Okay. Councillor Kilbane was also wanting to come in. Councillor Fenton, are you okay if I allow that first? I will come back to you. Councillor Kilbane, please.
Sorry, Chair, I just dropped out there for a second and I missed the last minute of Councillor Baker's submission.
Okay. Thanks for letting us know. Councillor Baker, are you willing just to summarise what you were saying?
I said more ambition would be nice, which is putting it politely. More ambition for a low carbon future is kind of essential. And this application doesn't show that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Baker. There is so much about this application that's fantastic. You know, it looks great. The changes are going to be brilliant. The layout looks pretty good to me. I get what the people from the bus forum are saying, but I still think this is a step in the right direction. But there's just a couple of sticks in the mud really that I mean I can't vote for it, so I'm going to have to vote against it. And the first of those is the multi-storey car park. Members will not be surprised here. I feel as though I'm in a time warp, not just from the meeting we had about 6 weeks ago, but a time warp I'm in the 1970s and we're building multi-storey car parks all over the city. It's clearly not the way to go for the future. We need a much better solution than multi-storey car parks. I'm not buying the argument that if you live in the countryside, you don't want to leave your house 20 minutes earlier to get to the train station. I mean, that's exactly the kind of modal shift, the kind of behaviour change that we should be trying to encourage, not facilitating people to keep on driving into town. I'm frequently through the train station car park early in the morning, and if you need to get an early morning train, there are places available. The ebb and flow of the usage of the car park during the day is really quite extreme, and I think quite difficult to predict. So I think, you know, this is an opportunity to restrict the number of vehicles that are coming into town by making a train station look fabulous, and we should be seizing that. And to be honest, I'm really sad that I'm going to have to vote against it, but I'm going to have to do so on the basis of the MSCP and also the pods. I don't quite understand why we're sticking these horrible pods in our gorgeous train station. Those of you with keen hearing might be able to tell that I'm not from this town. And when I travelled back over to Liverpool, they did a great job on Lime Street about 10 or 15 years ago. But what they did with it is they stuck these big black boxes all over the platforms. Those of you who use the rail network will be familiar with them, and it just completely destroys the effect of the station, which has this huge arched roof similar to what we've got in York. So and I don't think we can condition out the pods really. They're part of the application. So for those two reasons, I will be voting against with regret, I've got to say.
Thank you. Councillor Fenton, back to you.
So I'm just going back to Councillor Waters' proposed addition of the words ground conditions. Thinking to the start of the second paragraph of condition 18, I was going to say that I'd be happy to include that. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
That's fine. Okay, Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to summarise my position as well, which I won't take long. I think, of course, there is a lot of good in the application, the removal of the bridge and opening up of the arches and the public realm around the station frontage. But in a similar way to the last planning meeting, I really do think that this one misses the point again about, I think future-proofing's been used quite often throughout the meeting for various reasons, but I don't see a way out of congestion in the city centre, and unless the council starts taking seriously the transport policies that it talks about agreeing with, but then we see application after application for multi-storey car parks, and I really think it's a wasted opportunity. Modal shift is needed, and I think I do think there's a lot to be said for making future provision for increased bus interchange and services to and from the station. I think that argument's been largely unheard, and that's a great shame, because that is the key plank upon future transport policy for the city, to tackle our ambitions, and I think that needs to be addressed and got right. So I can't support the application either. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I don't see any other members wishing to speak. So given that Councillor Fenton has proposed and Councillor Hollier has seconded the motion that the application is approved with the strengthening and specific conditions, I think we've now come to the point where I should ask Gareth to sum that up for us before we then put that to the vote. Could you do that, Gareth? And in particular,
certainly, yeah. I was just going to say that I'm not sure we can put a condition on which seeks to increase cycle parking. It's not really precise enough to meet the tests of reasonableness for conditions in government policy, and it's not. I guess they're not. What they're doing with the cycle parking is reorganising it. It doesn't fall, other than moving it from one place to another. It doesn't really fall wider within the remit of the application. The at least doesn't, the use of the wording at least doesn't alter that, and could be put into that condition, and we could seek to impose informatives which would encourage further dialogue with the city council to increase the provision of cycle parking. But I think a condition which compels them to increase provision when we haven't had that conversation, and doesn't have the precision of where and how many, isn't a condition that could be imposed by the planning authority.
I think most members will be disappointed to hear that, but I see that Councillor Eyre is wanting to contribute and might help us.
It's just a question as much as anything, Gareth. I appreciate that point. However, that reasonable issue would only arise if the applicant were to challenge the condition. If the applicant didn't challenge the condition, then the condition would still stand, would it not?
It would, but a planning authority has to act reasonably and within the guidance of national policy and planning law. So our advice has to be that decisions should be made in accordance with that policy.
Brilliant advice, Gareth, and I take that on board. If the committee were to ignore your fantastic advice and still impact the condition, and the applicant didn't challenge that condition, then nothing would happen, would it? Is that my correct assumption?
Yes, but similarly, it would probably be unenforceable. So if no additional cycle parking was provided, the authority would, I'd say, not be able to enforce that condition by the same measure.
Thank you, Councillor Pavlovic.
Sorry, it's just a point of clarification on that, Gareth. When you were saying it wasn't specific enough, just to talk about an increase, would a percentage increase, would 5% increase meet that being more specific than exists currently? Or is it the fact that this is where we are and anything that altered the status quo would not be a reasonable one? Sorry, I just wasn't quite following the argument.
Gareth, we're not hearing you at the moment. Would you start again?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just have to rewind and think what I said. What did I say? There is an issue, of course, that what we haven't looked at. We haven't looked at what the capacity for increasing cycle parking at the station is. I'm sure there is opportunities, but it's a listed building, and there are other constraints, and we haven't had the discussion with the applicants about providing additional cycle parking. So even coming to a figure saying 5%, 10%, 2%, we don't know how that could be accommodated, or if it could be accommodated. If it's a make or break issue, I would suggest that you could delegate authority to officers to have a quick discussion with the applicants and the station owners and managers about the provision of cycle parking, and then come back to the chair and vice chair about how that's gone and could be accommodated, because then at least we would have potentially the potential to build a defensible condition, which could be that the station operators are happy with and feel could be delivered.
I think that's very sensible, Chair. Could I suggest 5% then, if it's a figure that you're looking for?
I guess it's a matter for discussion. So we could go to them with a figure of 5%, and then when we've had that discussion, we could come back to you and say what's been agreed, or what they could provide.
I think that's helping us in the right direction. Councillor Baker, before I come back to Councillor Fenton.
Thank you. There's statistics that show a 20% increase on cycle modes. So, I would expect officers to go back and look at the latest research, and the reasonable increase would be based on a projected increase post-COVID into the future of 20%. So I think 5% is too low, but I'll leave that to the officers to get their best figures.
I imagine that a percentage would only be of any relevance over a period of time. 5% per annum would be quite another thing. Councillor Fenton.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy with the suggestion that that officers go away and have that discussion with the applicant. But I think we've made clear what we would like to see happen as a committee. So I think we've set our expectation, and if officers go in and have that conversation, then come back to you with the precise wording of that.
Sure.
Yourself and the vice chair with the precise wording of that condition. I'd be happy with that.
Okay, I think we're nearly there. Michael Slater has indicated he'd like to come in at this point.
Thank you, Chair.
Please introduce yourself as you make the contribution.
Yeah, sorry. So it's Mike Slater, Assistant Director of Planning and Public Protection. I wonder, Chair and members, whether there's an opportunity to bring the applicant back in to put the questions to the applicant. I don't know from Democratic Services whether anybody's still online.
I think that's doubtful, but by all means, I'm open to be.
Hello, Chair. Robert Flintoff, Democratic Services. We don't have them on the call. We could, of course, try and get in touch with them and see if possible, but I can't confirm how long that would take.
Okay. In that case, perhaps it has to be a matter for delegation. I was just thinking, Chair, perhaps it's a matter that could be addressed this evening, but it appears probably unlikely now. Thank you.
Thanks for that suggestion, but I think we're going to have to deal with this by delegation. But that seems to be the point that we've arrived at. So once again, if I could ask you, Gareth, to sum up what we would then be invited to vote on.
So
put you on the spot.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the wording of the overarching wording. So it's been moved that permission be granted, subject to an amendment. I'll do the easy bits first. An amendment to condition 18 to remove the 5-year limitation on planting, and to revise the wording to include reference to ground conditions in the section which in the first paragraph. That hasn't bought me much time because there's only one. There is, I'm seeking in relation to condition 38. Now this didn't actually come up in the debate. It was something that was raised in questions to officers about the surfacing of the cycle lanes. So I'm not sure where we stand on that because it hasn't actually been continued into the motion.
Well, it was Councillor Fenton who was keen to press on that one.
Yeah, I mean the issue, as I understood it, was further consideration to be given in terms of what the surfacing of the cycle lanes actually ended up being, and I made the point that the way the condition is worded, it kind of it's designed to approve the final details or the finer details of what's shown on the approved drawings. So if you were looking at the opportunity to amend the surfacing, then that condition would have to be written in a slightly different way. So what I was going to suggest was that the wording of condition 38 is delegated for us to devise a new wording that allows for further discussion over the surfacing of the cycle lanes.
Fine. And specifically with regard to...
And then I guess it's also delegating the final wording of condition 37 in terms of cycle storage to the assistant director in consultation with the chair and vice chair, following further discussions with the applicant about the potential to increase the number of cycle parking spaces in the station, sorry, too many S's, in the station precinct.
Okay, Councillor Fenton, you've got your hand raised, and I'm just checking with you that that's...
Yes, no, sorry, I just wanted to come back on what Gareth said about the additional condition 38 that was circulated earlier about materials to be used. Happy for that to be, in relation to the cycle path, happy for that to be subject to further discussion, but if you can sort of include in that consideration safety, not just the aesthetic appearance of it, but in terms of safety and any issues that might arise with stone sets as opposed to an alternative surface. If you just make sure that that's part of that discussion, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, will do.
Okay, Councillor Pavlovic, we must, I think, move for the vote soon.
Absolutely, Chair. I'm just wondering whether you noticed in the chat that the applicant is now available.
Oh, I have. Thank you for drawing my attention
to address the cycle storage issue, and I don't know whether you'd feel that that was appropriate to try to get it agreed or not agreed tonight.
I think with members' consent we'll do that. I'm happy to do that. Michael Howard, can you hear me? Michael, are you there? Can I just bring you into the meeting? Ah, okay. We have to wait for him to be dialed in. Shouldn't take too long. Michael, can you hear me? Are you able to respond yet and join the meeting?
Sorry, I brought it to your attention now, Chair.
When we were informed that he was available, I assumed that he was on the line and we could bring him in at that point, but clearly that wasn't the case. Okay. Unless we, here we are. Okay. Can you hear me now? Michael, can you hear me?
Hello, Chair.
Yes.
Hello.
Thank you, Michael. Have you been watching through
the... Because I've got my computer on at the same time. I just need to mute it. Sorry.
Have you been watching the live stream? Have you been aware of the...
I have, yes.
The debate we've been having within the committee, specifically with regard to our very strong desire to see a much greater commitment to modal shift, and one way of expressing that is a more ambitious response in terms of cycle storage. Would you?
Yes. So yeah, we obviously have listened to that debate. Yes, we would be, if the members would like to see more ambition, then we would be happy to sort of accept a percentage increase in cycle parking. Obviously, we'd need to discuss that with NNER as the station operators, but we certainly think we could accept an increase as a percentage.
Okay, and we have been suggesting that we find some way of delegating that. I think finding the right words are still going to be important. So,
yeah,
although it's been helpful for you to come in, I'm not sure that means necessarily that we can just tick that off with an arbitrary percentage that we've just plucked out of the air. Unless members have something more, I think.
Yeah, I think we just think that 5% would be achievable.
Okay.
So, looking at the level of parking in the station, the space available, the possibility to double stack parking, etc. Then we consider that 5% should definitely be achievable.
Oh, okay. Okay. Members, are you content that we move to the vote? Yes? No? I have general sense that we are. Councillor Douglas, please.
Yeah, on this, just plucking 5% out of the air, I think this is very disappointing. Again, Councillor Baker had already raised that research is showing where the shift in cycle usage is going. And I think we need to have a more scientific approach to this so that we know that we're adhering to what the future holds for us, but also, of course, accommodating what can be fitted in as well. I just don't think that this is good enough to pluck a number out of the sky.
I tend to agree. I think my preference would be that we find some wording that will allow delegation of this, which obviously we all feel passionately about, and that would help us, I'm sure, to move on to to a vote this evening. If you could help us with some appropriate wording, Gareth, that we could then vote on.
I think what I suggested a couple of minutes ago probably still holds, but with the knowledge that if we go to the station operators, we now know that they will be happy to discuss that. So it would be we'd be delegating the final wording of condition 37 to the assistant director in consultation with the chair and vice chair to include a reference to a percentage or number increase in the amount of cycle parking spaces at the station.
Fine. Okay, our members understand what it is now that we will be voting on. Can I check that you have been present through the whole of the debate? I know it's been a long time, that you haven't lost the sound, or please just indicate with a show of hands so that I know that you've been present throughout. Yep, thank you very much. I see everybody. So I hand over to a member of the Democratic Services team, Angela. I think you're still there. Angela, I can't hear you yet.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. That's great.
Fantastic. So that's approval proposed by Councillor Fenton, seconded by Councillor Hollier. Amended commission conditions 3 and 30 as outlined in the officer update, and delegation to the assistant director for the wording of condition 37, the amendment to condition 18 and regarding the planting, and I think that's it, and 37 as well. Yep. So if I go down in alphabetical order, if you could indicate whether you're for or against or abstaining, please. Councillor Eyre.
For.
Councillor Baker.
Against.
Councillor Barker.
For.
Councillor Daubney.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Douglas.
Against.
Councillor Fenton.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
For.
Councillor Kilbane.
Against.
Councillor Lomas.
Against.
Myers.
Against.
Councillor Pavlovic.
Against.
Councillor Waters.
For.
Councillor Cullick.
For.
Thank you. So that's 9 for, 6 against, so that's approved with the amendments as outlined earlier.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately,
Chair, we need a vote on the
finished.
listed building consent. Sorry.
Yes, I was going to say just that.
Right.
We have 2 more items on our plans list. The next being 4B. Gareth, would you just remind us of that, and we'll take the vote on that if somebody would be willing to propose.
You'll just have to bear with me. Chair, I just need to double check that any of those amendments cross-refer to any of the listed building consents. I don't think they will do, but
I don't think so, but please do check.
No, they don't. So
Thank
that's the motion is that the recommendation is approved, subject to the confirmation that the Secretary of State that the application will not be called in following referral of the application in accordance with the arrangements for handling of heritage application direction 2015 and in accordance with the conditions as set out in the report.
Thank you. I'm willing to move that from the chair. I'm looking if somebody would second that. Councillor Fenton, thank you. Can we then put that to the vote, if you would please, Angela?
Yeah, that's proposed by yourself, seconded by Councillor Fenton. Again, just indicate for, against, or in abstention. Councillor Eyre.
For.
Councillor Baker.
Again.
Barker.
For.
Councillor Daubney.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Douglas.
For.
Ton.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
For.
Councillor Kilbane.
Against.
Councillor Lomas.
For.
Councillor Myers.
Against.
Councillor Pavlovic.
For.
Councillor Waters.
For.
And Councillor Cullick.
For.
That's 12 for, 3 against. That's approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, members. We do have another application before us this evening, as you're aware. We have one public speaker, so we do need to take a break to bring in that public speaker. The question is for how long we take that adjournment at this point in time. I see Councillor Fisher suggesting 10 minutes. Councillor S7. Can we say 10 minutes? It's 20:37 and we'll reconvene at 20:45 thereabouts. Thank you. Welcome back to this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee on Thursday, the 4th of February 2021. We come to item 4C on our plans list. This is an application relating to the site many of us will know as a Carpetright site, and the application to build a Premier Inn hotel. Becky is going to take us through this application. Please would you introduce it for us and any updates?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Becky Eads, Head of Development Services. So the proposal relates to the erection of a 188-bed hotel with associated bar and restaurant, landscaping and car parking following the demolition of the existing building. I'm just going to share my screen with you now and talk through the presentation. Just a second. Here we are. So this is the existing site here. You can see within the red line, the existing building here. Just follow my cursor along there. Just 2 seconds. So the next, this is the proposed site layout. This is slightly difficult to read, so I'll talk you through it, but we do have a slightly different one to show you as well. So Layerthorpe along here, you can see Foss Islands Road. The new building is to come along here. You see my pointer in an L shape and along here, like so, with an access through. This is slightly altered from the existing, but more or less in the same place. Again, I'll show you some photos in a minute. It comes through here, and then the car parking at the back there. 2 seconds. So these are the proposed elevations of the hotel. So this is the elevation onto Layerthorpe. As you can see here, that's the entranceway that I just showed you into the rear yard area. This is the Foss Island side there. You can see that there's a cutout area here for the entrance into the site. And again, landscaping along here. This is an internal courtyard elevation here, and that's the Foss Island elevation. Again, that's the other side, as if you were looking at it this way. So you can see it again on the main road, the difference in levels for the hotel there and the setback of the height of the building there. Again, further elevations. This again is another internal courtyard view. This a further internal courtyard view as if you were looking out towards Layerthorpe, that elevation there. And then again, this is the Mansfield Street elevation that you can just see the building there. And again, the difference in how it's set back, the difference in level to the rear. These are the ground floor, first and second floor elevations. Again, as you can see, ground floor and the setback to the reception area there. Again, and then how the L shape takes place at the first and second floors. And again, the third floor and the roof plan there. 2 seconds. So this is the landscaping plan, but this actually, you can see there where the building will go. If you also see this dotted line across here, that is again the extent of the building, but that's just to show you where the car parking sits underneath. Again, the planting along Layerthorpe here, this open element here into the reception area, and again the L shape here around the back. So these are visualizations. As with all visualizations, I should remember that they are visualizations. They might not necessarily be direct representations. If you want that, refer to the elevation plans, but these are put here to assist with what the building could look like. So again, this is if you're on Foss Islands Road, building on the left-hand side here, the open area that I spoke about there, the setback in the roof and the difference in heights at there. Again, Foss Islands from further back, you can obviously see the Halfords there and the building here just in the background. This is the visualization from Layerthorpe. As you can see, that would be the entrance to the back courtyard that I previously referred to. Layerthorpe along here, And this area here is the reception area that I previously talked about. Again, further from Layerthorpe, you can see the existing building here. And again, the difference in levels looking towards the fosse that way. And again, further visual, again, this is very clear that this is a visualization of how it would sit on Layerthorpe and the difference in levels to the neighbouring properties. And that's from Dewberry here. You can just see, looking over, again, the reception area in here, the difference in levels, how it's been broken up, and then the entrance, the vehicle entrance just through there. Just 2 seconds. And that, again, a further visualization there to help members. Just going to flick to a separate, after the virtual site visit the other day, members asked some further questions. So I've just got a couple of extra plans. This one here, this pink area here shows the position of the existing building. So you can see where the existing building is here. And again, where the new one runs along here in terms of the dotted line. I'm going to stop sharing for 1 minute and come and show you just an additional plan. Again, these have been provided by the applicant. We haven't verified these, but we thought that they may be useful for members to see. So this is if you were stood at Layerthorpe, you can see the DEFRA building that was mentioned in the background there. And these red lines are the height levels. Just going to show a further one of those that we've got. Apologies for doing it in a clunky way. This is the best I can do. And this one here. So you can see that's the proposed site there. And again, the DEFRA building with the different heights to the right to the top of the DEFRA building running along here. Okay, so that's it for my presentation. I'll just quickly run through the additional information. There is an amendment to conditions, condition 12, because we've received the information required, so there's a slight tweak to that one. And also condition 22, we've amended the condition that to say unless otherwise agreed in writing, the development hereby approved shall achieve a 44% carbon emissions reduction as identified in the energy statement. So that's to secure the energy statement and what's been proposed as part of that statement. There's then also comments from York Civic Trust that are summarised and detailed in the additional information for members' reference. That's it from me in terms of your update. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me just say for the record at this point that Councillor Baker, who was with this meeting through items 4A and 4B, has given apologies and is not going to be present through this item. And I think Councillor Kilbane, you dropped out for a moment.
I did. Apologies, Chair, and apologies, committee members. I did drop out for a minute. Was there a second slide, Becky? From the applicant?
I'll show it again. I'll show it again. Just a second.
I saw the ones with the red lines across the top of the DEFRA building.
There was just two with the red lines. Did you see both of them?
I didn't know. I didn't see the second one.
Right, I'll show that. Just a second.
So.
Thank you.
That one. So you can see the DEFRA building there, and again the heights with the red lines on there. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
So now there is an opportunity to put any questions to officers, and already Councillor Waters is showing me that he would like to do so. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This will seem a very daft question. Is there a landscape architect still here to ask questions of?
Not the landscape architect. I've got the design manager here. Guy's here if there's anything, but I don't have the landscape architect.
To question 20 again. We read how vital it is and how welcome this bit of landscaping is on the roadside around all sides of this development. So again, this condition 20 needs to be for the lifetime of the development, not just for 5 years. The question I would have asked of the landscape architect was concerns over the 2 trees on Foss Islands Road. Would there have been any scope to have actually got some more substantial street trees as part of a Section 106 contribution on the opposite side of Foss Island Road. I'm just fearful that there might be some service runs under there, which is probably why the council have never had any trees planted on that side. But that was the question I would have liked to have asked.
I can't answer about the services. In terms of a 106 for tree planting, that wouldn't be reasonable for this, given that there is planting happening as part of
Instead of trying to squeeze the 2 trees in on Foss
No,
Island
I get
Road,
what you're saying, but it's not
Yeah.
within the ownership either of the applicant, and it all becomes very, very complex legally, and it's just not something that I think that we could reasonably secure. Okay.
I can understand that, particularly given that there's very little greenery on the site at present. Councillor Barker, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question. I'm reading that there are 188 bedrooms and yet only 43 car parking spaces. So with some very rudimentary maths, you've got a 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 chance of actually parking your car at the hotel when you rock up for your weekend away for the races. What provision is made for any additional off-site parking? I suppose my real concern is you rock up there, the car park's full. Where are you going to park?
Rachel, case officer. Rachel, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you. It's Rachel Tyus, Development Management Officer, so I'm the case officer of the application. The applicants have submitted a travel plan with this application, which the Highways Officer is satisfied with. That details the range of measures to encourage this alternative modes of transport, but also details that for those coming by car, there are 3 car parks close by which offer overnight parking. So I mean, it may be a question for the applicant, but I think on the website with the booking confirmation, customers are made aware of the limited car parking and will be directed to that. Maybe the applicant can answer that further.
Thank you, Rachel.
Okay. We do have a speaker representing the applicants, so we may get that opportunity very shortly, Councillor Barker. No other contributions, no other questions at this point. Can I ask a quick question? This is prompted by something that Councillor Kilbane actually raised when we had the opportunity to have the virtual site meeting a couple of days ago. And that is it seems from the red line that a substantial part of the footpath on the Layerthorpe side is within the site, and that includes the access into the parking area. And the question, how much consideration had been given to maintaining the priority of pedestrians at that point over traffic that will be using the limited car park. Is there any? Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
Helen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We did consider this. The issue of this car park is it will be accessed by servicing vehicles, and as you know, with hotels, some of them can be quite large, like the linen vehicles, and we would want them to be off Layerthorpe quite quickly, because obviously it's close to a major junction and quite a major route through York. So we did think that actually it was probably better to keep a traditional design with tactile paving, so that people who have impairments, sight impairments, are still able to really notice that there is a junction there and an access. So that was the decision from the Highway Authority.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. So we have one registered public speaker, and I'm going to invite that public speaker to join us. Are you there? Respecting Chris Argent. Chris, are you there? All. Excellent.
Good evening.
Excellent.
Can you hear me?
We can, and you have the opportunity now to address the community, the committee. I understand you're the agent for the applicant and wish to speak in support of the application.
Thank you very much, Chair. Really welcome the opportunity to address committee this evening. It's extremely positive that officers have resolved to recommend approval. Today is the culmination of an extremely lengthy planning process to date. Application was submitted in June 2020, so it's been in a long time and duly considered. The submission actually followed 18 months of detailed pre-app discussions, primarily with the City Council, design officers and planning officers, Historic England, local flood officer, and also the Environment Agency. In particular, I'd like to stress to the committee that we had 6 pre-application meetings with the City and Historic England in relation to massing layout and design. We felt it imperative that we got agreement on the scheme before we submitted. So that 6 meeting exercise looked really at pushing and pulling the building, getting the appropriate footprint layout, height elevations, and also landscaping. I think in reality, the application site is a great regeneration opportunity. It is a former Carpetright. It's now vacant, so it's an unused prominent brownfield site on an arterial route into the city centre. It is a poor quality 1980s building. It is of its time. It's inward facing. It doesn't address the key routes, and it does nothing really for the attractive streetscape. It is, however, in close proximity to the city walls, hence the Historic England engagement, and fundamentally it's in a really sustainable location within the city centre. Public transport and city centre amenities are accessible on foot. In design terms, we have gone to extensive lengths working with your officers to come to an acceptable scheme. It is, hopefully you'll agree, high quality architecture. It's brick built, there are recesses, and it really responds well to the surrounding area. It's not a standard hotel building. There is activation at ground floor level. There is high quality landscaping with species rich planting to really enhance the streetscape. It has appropriate parking and appropriate servicing and vehicular movement. We actually provide the appropriate level of parking in conjunction with your standards. We've actually got more cycle spaces than required by your standards. We've got motorcycle parking, and also we've got 6 electric vehicle bays. In sustainability terms, it's a really highly sustainable and energy efficient building. As referred to, we've modified the planning condition. The scheme, as per the submitted energy statement, achieves 44% below Part L against the policy 28% requirement. And there are loads of sustainability measures. We've got PV on the roof, EV charging, water energy minimisation, heat recovery, ventilation, air source, heat pumps, LED lighting, and a substantial increase as well in floodplain storage of 1,000 cubic metres. Other key considerations, we've agreed servicing hours to minimise disruption. We've got a delivery management plan conditioned, 55 permanent new jobs, variety of roles, and from a hotel operator already in York, and they have 98% occupancy at their Blossom Street existing hotel. We have a contractor on board ready to go. So this scheme, in effect, is shovel ready, notwithstanding the pandemic we're in. Just to conclude, really, it's brownfield in a really prominent location. Current building and site are unsightly and of poor quality, so the scheme offers significant improvement. The proposal will add additional hotel beds in accordance with your tourism strategy. Key city centre location. It's a known hotel occupier. It's not a speculative scheme. There's no third-party objections, which is critical to note. Overall, the proposal has significant economic, environmental and social benefits, and in accordance with MPPF, I would suggest that it needs to be approved without delay. I'm really happy to take any questions. I'll stay on the line as appropriate, and appreciate the time to address you. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you said, please do stay on the line because there are questions. I see both Councillor Fenton and Councillor Waters. Councillor Fenton first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Argent. You mentioned you'd worked with Historic England and with colleagues at the council. I just wondered if you'd engaged with York Civic Trust at all as you were developing the scheme.
I think we did reach out to them, but I'm not sure we got fundamentally a response early in the process. So the consultation on design really was focused on Historic England and your urban design and planning officers.
Okay, Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. It might seem trivial again, but I'm just going to raise the issue of these 2 trees that's planted along Foss Islands Road, and particularly in the context of paragraph 5.29, where it was stated that I think you've been asked to alter the footprint of the building in order to accommodate 1 or 2 sizable specimens with a good tree canopy. And it looks as though we've got a compromise that's not really going to serve much purpose on there. Going back to what I said to the officer, would you as the applicant be willing to work with the council's landscape architect? Presumably this could go on as an informative if there was any better solutions to plant substantial street trees opposite on the other side of the road, and do away with the 2 trees that's currently scheduled.
Mr. Argent, are you still there?
Can you hear me?
We can. We lost you for a moment. We can hear you now. Did you hear the Did you hear the question that Councillor Waters put?
Yeah, I did. I mean, ultimately, we did engage with your landscape and design officer, and it was made key that those trees would be important to break up what is quite a harsh, public realm landscape in and around the Foss Islands junction. So the difficulty I've got, with due respect, is, I think it was mentioned earlier, the feasibility of, planting additional trees, whether that be possible. And secondly, it doesn't resolve the key points which your officers raised about ultimately retaining or providing, trees on the Foss Islands return to make sure it does partially break up the length of the elevation. So, I've got to confess, without, trying to play games, and I'm sort of stuck in between 2 places. One, we've delivered a scheme which does provide betterment. We've done exactly what, from the consultation exercise with your officers, they've requested. I'm struggling with it, if I'm honest, as to how we could provide offsite, because I don't think that readily resolves the reasons why those trees are needed in the first place.
It's just what the officers said, that these trees, their contribution to the quality of the street scene would be limited. All I was saying was, if they were planted on the other side of the road, if it's possible with the service runs, you could put something of a bit more stature that would have a contribution to the street scene.
I mean, I don't know, for example, the extent of the adopted public highway in the vicinity of the site. I don't know the service runs. As you can appreciate, there's been a culmination of, near on 2.5 years. I find it difficult to commit, and as I said, I'm not trying to, wriggle out of it. I find it difficult to commit to something when I don't know the detail behind it, as per what your planning officer advised.
Of course, and you are not in possession of the property on the other side of the road.
Which is public highway, so it could be worked through with the council.
Okay, we might return to this. I've got a couple of questions of my own, quite different from one another. But my first question relates to the BREEAM excellence. Disappointing that doesn't seem to be possible in this instance, but very encouraging that you express a commitment to a reduction in carbon emissions of 44%. We really would welcome that, and I wonder how you would respond to us including that within the conditions in order to firm up that commitment.
Hello, can you still hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Could you?
Hi. Yeah, so in terms of the 44%, we did have a discussion with the planning officer a day or so ago, and it was agreed that we would actually tie the energy efficiency savings, if you want to call it that, to a formal condition. So I think your presenting officer referred to it, that we've actually modified the relevant condition, so it's tied actually to the submitted report, and that submitted report states 44%. So that is what we are ultimately in for, lock, stock and barrel.
Thank you. And my other question is just on accessibility. I'm not sure from the drawings as we have them and the various visualizations, the entrance, the reception of the hotel on the corner of Layerthorpe and Foss Islands seems to require steps. And I just wonder how the design copes with accessibility.
The architect worked absolutely to the finest millimetre to ensure that we had appropriate DDA compliant access. So it was really micro-planned in terms of levels, because as well, we've got to increase the finished floor level of the building to reflect flood protection measures for the future. So it is fully DDA compliant, and I think there's more so a step down actually within the building where there'd be a disabled, a short, small lift, but it's level access or at an appropriate gradient for disabled users from the highway.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other questions from members? No. In that case, I thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Argent, for joining us. Thank you for your contribution. And I give members the opportunity once again, having heard what's been said there in response to our questions. If there are any other points or explanations that you would want to ask of the officers. Again, I don't see anybody indicating. That being the case, we move into debate. Councillor Waters.
Well, I'd just like to move it on and move approval subject to the alteration of condition 20 to include the trees and the landscaping for the lifetime of the development. I've voiced my displeasure in the past with some of the over tall, well, I'll leave it at over tall developments on Layerthorpe, but I think it's helpful to see the red line of the heights across the foss. So no, it's a vast improvement on this corner.
Thank you.
Other than the two trees that I'd still like to see resolved, but I think I'm banging my head against a wall with that one.
Okay. I think for a moment, Councillor Fenton was indicating. Councillor Daubney. I'll come to you, Councillor Daubney.
Thank you, Chair. Can I second that motion for approval, please?
You can.
Thank you.
So that has been proposed, that has been seconded. Do we require any further debate on this, or are members content that we put this to the vote now? That looks like contentment or tiredness. So if I could do two things, that is just ensure that we've all been present throughout the debate on this item on our agenda this evening. Thank you very much. Councillor Myers. Thank you. And Becky, if you could just sum up what it is that we will vote on.
Recommendation is for approval subject to the conditions in the report and the conditions in the additional information, and the change to condition 20 to require the landscaping for the lifetime of the development. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. So again, Angela, if you could help us with the named vote.
Thank you, Chair. So if members could indicate whether they're for or against or abstaining for approval as outlined by Becky previously. Councillor Eyre?
For.
Councillor Councillor Barker?
For.
Councillor Daubney?
4.
Councillor Doughty,
4.
Councillor Douglas,
4.
Councillor Fenton,
4.
Councillor Fisher,
4.
Councillor Hollier,
4.
Councillor Kilbane,
4.
Lomas,
4.
Councillor Myers,
4.
Pavlovic,
Yeah, 4.
Councillor Waters,
4.
Councillor Cullick.
4.
That's 14-4. That's unanimously approved.
Thank you very much. So members, we come to the end of this meeting as there are no urgent items of business. Thank you very much for your attendance through what has been a long meeting. Good night.